with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the Endless War destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are back into the banger that is Mythic Showdown Season 1, powered by Indian Gaming Corps. And today, we have the big match, a big showdown in the Mythic Showdown, because it's between Team Tartarus, the table toppers, versus the second one in the table, that is LCF, Lakshmi Chit Fund, 2024 table toppers versus 2025 table toppers. And to let you know that a lot of matches they have fought in recently or previously, and you can say that Tartarus won some, LCF won some. So today, the knob to knob match will be there in this BO5 series, because whoever wins will be going into the upper bracket finals, and whoever losing will be fighting with IGN. Yes, guys, IGN is waiting over there in the lower bracket semifinals to fight one of these two teams. Who gonna lose or who gonna win? We're gonna know it soon. But before that, I need to introduce the talents today. Me, host TZ. TZ will be a host, and with me, two phenomenal talents. That is in my right side is none other than Sarah, and in my left side, we all know him, the Jushin boy. That is Ray. Will be joining us. Hello, Ray.
Nice to have you, obviously. Thank you for the great introduction and obviously the hype that you always create, AshTZ. And obviously, it's a pleasure to be back, obviously, with Sarah. We're having two LCF on both hands. That's amazing. How did this even happen? But yeah, jokes aside, looking forward to this match, because I feel like obviously we all know we can obviously address it, is the fact that this will be a little bit of a rematch, right? Because of obviously with recent events and everything. So looking forward to if Tartarus can take back the crown to themselves. After all, these two teams were the first ones to come into the playoff stages, the first one to get the 3-0 in the Swiss. So looking forward to what they'll do. So Sarah, what's your opinion on that?
absolutely agree with both of you here because today TRT are looking for redemption to hold the throne in their name once more, and LCF out here will be looking to defend the throne they have earned after so many efforts. And
Mm-hmm.
right as we were talking, Ray, we have dived into the band section and we can see Kimmy looking real amazing tonight. But thing is, both these teams, they are out for blood, and none of them are going to be giving up. Will Asuna showcase his stellar performance once more, or is Kyle and Kimmy going to take the stage away? We all will find out very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and you know what? I mean, I feel like the match will be a banger because not only because of the last game was in the favor of Lakshmi Chitfund, but also that Tartarus and LCA, both of them haven't lost a single match yet in this Mythic Showdown. They had fought a
Absolutely.
lot of matches in the Swiss stage, and right now they are here, and not of a single team able to defeat them. So it's like the match when one team gonna defeat for the first time in this tournament. So who it will be, Tartarus or Lakshmi Chitfund? That's the biggest question right now, and you can answer it, guys, in the comment section, in the chat section. You can go, and if you're a fan of Tartarus, you can write TRT. If you're a fan of LCF, you can write LCF, and if you want to win some diamonds in the giveaway, you can write that hashtag capital M Mythic, capital S Showdown, and maybe if you're lucky, you will get your diamonds. You can get your Phobia Starlight. But now in the draft section, a quick draft just happened when we just saw that a Phobius Hilda. Okay, Hilda is new Ray. Hilda is getting banned a lot after the MSC wildcard stage. We saw the Hilda fighter build, and then it was remarkable in the banning section in each and every tournament now. And 1-1 is in the meta since the new patch come. So she should be in the ban list as well. But that Uranus ban, I want to ask you. I mean, I know 27 is a good Uranus player, but I mean, Anti is also a good Uranus player, so they could have baited on. What do you feel?
I think just playing it a little bit safe. After all, this is a best of five series, game number one only. It's all right to just let a few options either be lost out or just let it band out because you can clearly see LCF could have just left a lot of options open for themselves and they could have easily prioritized something else. Like if they wanted to trade, they could have given the Farsa, or maybe they could have taken the Farsa and given something else because Lapu Lapu's still open in the table. So I feel like they're just going to be taking it safe for now. Game number one, don't sweat it that much. Both of these teams are going to be waiting for each other to show their cards, and when it happens, they're looking to obviously retaliate back. I always love that Kimi slot one and he's picking up Kimi, but of course we know that it's going to be going into the hands of most likely Eden because I feel like obviously Kyle will go for a more physical DPS. Let's see if LCF responds quickly. What do you think, Sarah?
Absolutely agree with you there because we saw in the previous finals between LCF and TRT how well Asuna performed on that Kimi, which means that today Tartarus is actually denying that pick towards the side of LCF. That is a very smart move considering the fact that the Farsa has been banned out, which means that in terms of comfort, the Kimi is the most priority pick for Tartarus here, and that is exactly what they did. On the side of LCF, though, definitely gonna lock in onto the CC on towards the EXP and the Fredrin jungle. Both those heroes shining so well in their respective roles. But this also gives Tartarus the opportunity to pick up on the Iritel in the goal lane, which might give them a big edge in terms of laning because of how much poke damage the Iritel can do, especially in the early game. And on towards the late game, obviously, she is so hard to catch out.
Absolutely. What do you think, our host DZ?
Yeah, I think that Sarah is totally right about it. But one thing is, Xbox is still open. Matilda was open. CC prioritizing the CC was not in the dictionary of mine. I was thinking a Matilda Fedrin coming up. But at that same moment, I was thinking that Xbox was totally open all this time. And in the meantime, we can see the Matilda trade, which just happened for the CC, it will be a big trade for LCF. I mean, they could have this draft for themselves, the Matilda Fedrin draft, but they just throw it out. It went to the Tartarus side, and there will be a Gatotkasha EXP. What's your thought on this?
I think giving out the Gatot and as well as the what is it, man? Oh yeah, giving out the Gatota and the Mathilda is going to be obviously a little bit of a negative value, considering they have mobility, they have CC, they have shields, they have a lot of things, and they don't have a Bakshia to interact with the anti-heal either. So someone obviously has to rush the anti-heal as much as possible to make sure they can get a positive trade out of it. Even then, Mathilda's utility, they obviously need someone to shut it down. Looks like the only response they have come up with so far is a pure burst mage, 0 CC. That is going to be Lunox. And Asuna has performed good with it lately. Let's see in execution, is it going to be working again? Because, of course, Tartarus, I feel like they should be prepared enough, but still, time will only tell. We move forward to the second phase of the bans. And just like you were talking about it, Ashizi, we are going to be seeing the X-Borg getting banned out, and so is the Granger. So, Sarah, I think your prediction about Irithel, it might just come true, or maybe not unless LCF bans it out. What do you think?
I do think that since TRT had the first pick in the first phase, this time around LCF is looking to pick up on that hero on towards the goal lane. Obviously, it's Tark TZ with the 100 win rate Irital, right? But then again, they do ban out on the Moskov, just denying Kyle of his very, very comfort pick, which means that the Harith would be open. But that means that they will have 4 magic damage dealers. On the side of LCF, though, they definitely need a tank with some amount of crowd control. Or maybe Rudius could go in for his signature Franco and rotate around with the Lunox just to burst down the Garotkacha or the Matilda, whoever they catch out. But obviously, there comes the Irithel ban.
Of course, Ash. So far the bans have been, I feel like, a little bit obviously oriented around banning each other's comfort marksmen. So, oh, okay, there we go. The Nathan is going to be coming in with the recent adjustments. His position is not that bad. It's not exactly the pick that you would think that is the absolute worst. It's actually pretty decent. And considering the fact that Gatotkasa's main passive is weakness to the magic damage, I feel like with the Lunox and Nathan into the table, there's going to be a lot of bursts for this little guy to be sustaining all that much. Not to mention, Matilda is obviously a support. She cannot really take it for herself. So let's see. The response they come up with is something that I'm not that much of a fan of because, of course, it's the carry. Short range really takes a long time to farm up. So not sure how that will go, especially just to counter out the Fredrin. I feel like banning out the marksmen themselves, they have dug themselves into a hole. HTC, what do you think?
Yeah, same, totally same. And oh my goodness, they went for the Kalea into the last pick, as well as the Nathan, as you said about that Matilda and Gatot, as well as the Alpha. But it's been a long time we have been seeing that Alpha into the jungle pick because I mean, after the nerf, you can say that it was not in any scene in the jungle, and there was a time when Alpha versus Suyu was
Yeah.
happening all the time. Then, even though the fighter meta is going on, Alpha got the nerf. So nobody is willing to pick it up for themselves. But today, we're gonna see a little bit different draft from the Tartarus side. That's because they went for that Gatotkacha as well as Matilda as well as this Alpha. But it's a historic combo. I mean, it's a beautiful combo, Alpha with the Matilda. So maybe it can work in this match. And as I said before, that none of a single team has defeated these two teams in this tournament. So let's see who can do the odds today for themselves. But now here we are into the game number 1 between Team Tartarus versus LCF in this BO5 series at the upper bracket semi-finals. Casters, take on the game.
Thank you very much, Ash. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the land of dawn, and both the teams have started out with their usual rotations. And we can see an early skirmish on towards the mid side as Kimi is being chunked down pretty low. And as we can see, Asuna will be taken down with that early rotation coming in by 27. Bit of a very good trade on towards the mid side, giving Eden that early farm which is required, especially since they are going in for a little bit of that invade onto Serarmun. Luckily secures the buff there, or it could have been a complete disaster. Don't you think so, Ray?
Yeah, of course, Sarah, because I was not expecting an early first blood to be coming in pretty soon. But a Lunox early game is just absolutely disastrous to maneuver around, so it makes sense why that happened. So far, of course, they're just trading blows for blows and making sure to poke each other to the base to recall a few times, and it's pretty successful. Gatot Kacha, on the other hand, is obviously just going to be getting a little bit of that goal advantage, but the turtle is going to be coming in pretty soon. Considering the fact that Alpha, just like as you mentioned, our host, he is a little bit weakened, and of course, with Sarar Moon into that Fredrin, I feel like it's going to be hard. The only way they can probably get it is force him back, but how? They don't exactly have the damage. The only source they do is, of course, Eden on that Kimi, who is going to be their primary source. But let's see, he's probably going to be level 4 pretty soon. Yep, he is. Turtle Engage starts immediately, Sarah.
Exactly, the Killia doesn't have the level 4 yet, but he is dealing quite a bit of damage. And look at Asuna there, goes in for the Dark Ultimate. Moon has to back off. He's going to be chunked down very low. Taste the heals coming in, but 27 also going to be caught out low here. Kimi with the ultimate. Kimi has another Kimi secures the kill, but 27 will also be taken down by Anti right there. Nathan with that early rotation. Anti trying to survive. The barge coming in by Eden, but Eden will be finding the kill pretty easily. Another Circling Eagle comes in, but oh my goodness, Tartarus with the play! And LCF secures the first turtle and also takes down 3 members of TRT in that fight. What a beautiful start to the game.
Full clapback in 3 minutes. They got 3 kills and immediately they made it to a 4 with the turtle on the table as well. That is pretty impressive. No wonder LCF has been in top of their game. And gotta be honest, they have been playing a lot of international scrims compared to Tartarus. And I feel like that is one of the handy things. They are much more experienced right now, playing it off with other teams from Southeast Asia. And maybe because of that, I feel like in that engage, I really thought that the side of Tartarus will come out with a positive trade, even if they didn't get a turtle. But seems like LCF proved me as well as Tartarus completely wrong. And with their back against the table right now, the wall, they're going to be having a lot of hard difficulties because Kyle needs a lot of support. He will need Matilda in his lane, or else he's going to get trashed out by this Nathan, or most likely a support coming in from the Kalia as well. On the other hand, Alpha also needs the Circling Eagle, so there's going to be a lot of rotations needed into the mid lane though. Let's see, 27 arriving into the scene. Look at that.
Okay, we can see Saramun already scoring a kill onto Joseph, but there comes a full 5-man gank coming in by LCF. Eden forced to flicker out of that, purify out of that situation with his first kill, but 2 members of Team Tartarus already taken down. Kyle will be forced to recall here as there's a 3-man gank coming in on towards the goal lane, trying to force down the goal lane tier 1 tower, and that is exactly what LCF is doing right here. Tartarus, they seem to be thrown off. They are so much behind in farm right now because LCF, they are already on their way to gaining so much of map control.
Yeah, because I feel like it is a little bit given, considering the fact that they have a goal lane that cannot fare off against the opponent's goal laners. I feel like that's something that a lot of teams obviously sometimes forget, that your goal laner also need to win the lane. But what just happened? Anti took down their only source of support, but look at that. Do they want to engage? No, they do back off, but 27 might be caught here.
Oh, the flicker play comes in by Rudius on the Kalia right there, but luckily the AOG saves the life of 27. Another turtle in the name of LCF. Eden here getting chased by Anti so far away. Meanwhile, Joseph getting caught down in the middle of 4 people, will be taken down so easily. LCF so in form right here. They are chasing people down under their second tower. Under 6 minutes and already looking for that tier 1, and there comes Asuna with the Dark Ultimate trying to burst down 27, and they will find it with the Appraisal's Wrath. On towards the top side though, we can see Andy trying to 1v2 Kyle as well as Kimi, almost surviving that, does manage to defend the tower successfully, and Kyle will be forced to recall. He's doing it out of the open though, he's in danger, he's gonna have to purify his way out of this, but Sararmun way on towards the backside finds Kyle so very easily, and this is just utter domination coming in from the side of LCF.
From mid to top, they immediately their rotations and everything is just amazing. And the only possible, obviously, thing that right now Joseph can do is go for a split push. But even that, I don't think it's going to be successful because, of course, just like I mentioned, the rotation is there. And this is the thing. They picked up an EXP laner that is kind of a little bit of a passive because he falls into the tier of initiation. And initiation can be done on team fights, not in solo engages, not in a solo EXP lane. That's one of the weaknesses of the Gatotkacha. At the same time, the carry is one of the main pivots. But oh, look at that. Serarmon? No, he's not initiating
Three-man
just yet.
taunt. Look at that. That was a three-man taunt coming in by Sir Armun right there. But onto the
Yeah.
side of LCF, look at the rotation. Three men always together. But look at that. AOG comes in onto 27. Will be forced to take away by Kalia. And here, Lunox managed to secure a kill onto Eden. Anti, on the other hand, an off-camp kill onto Joseph once more. Things are looking very, very sad for the side of TRT right now.
Is this a game one thing? Because I feel like they're not pulling up everything, or is the sense that LCF is just not pulling back any punches? Because if you notice, just as you stop speaking and I start, they get another kill into the table. It's 14 kills on 7 minutes. That's 2 kills per minute, 30 seconds each kill. That is just insanity. And right now they're already into the inhibitors, but looks like this is a possible engage.
There is the engage. The Spirit of Alpha comes in along with the Circling Eagle. Asuna doesn't have the mana, but will be surviving with a bit of heal coming in from the area. But Stark TZ will find a double in the middle of it. Probably a triple two, but no, he has to back off. Rudius and him and both are low. And here, Anti zoning away the main two damage dealers from the side of TRT so well. Things are looking so easy for the side of LCF right now. But look at Rudius though. He's going in for the engages and Anti just zoning them so far away. Just the perfect synchro, but look at the damage coming in by Stark TZ. Will be caught in the AOG though. Circling Eagle comes in, knocks him up. Will get the heals from Rudius, but will not manage to survive. Finally falls down. But 3 members down for the side of Tartarus. The tower shield has been broken. They're going to quickly immobilize. Light out being popped out by Asuna and Rudius dashing back to safety.
Quite a lot of extended team fights, but at the end, the answer is the same. LCF is winning out every possible engage, and that is a weakness. That is one of the weaknesses, giving Kyle a marksman that is very passive, that relies on the whole team to just basically fed him everything, and that's the only time he can shine. Carry is just not something that was right in this draft, and they're suffering heavily for it. Other than that, the Alpha is obviously suffering as well because, have you noticed, 053 is there for a reason. The nerf hits him hard. He doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have the sustain. He can't really do anything against all of the burst that's coming into his face. And the only thing he can do right now is just be a passive play. Use his Alpha charge to just try to CC someone. But even then, he's gonna get bursted out.
Look at that. There comes the Tsunami Surge along with Asna's burst. Joseph getting taken down instantaneously, and even 27 is unable to sustain on towards the backside, trying to mark down Stark, but it is not enough. He has too much farm at the moment. There comes the Vengeance onto Ante, and Kyle has to stop attacking just to save himself. And right now, they are looking in for the tier inhibitor in the mid lane, and Asuna with that flicker play forces Kyle to go back to base, and even Eden is not being able to defend. This is going to be the end, but there comes the Spear of Alpha, takes down 2 Anti with the unstoppable though, and the base goes down. Game 1 already over in just under 13 minutes right there.
What an extremely fast-paced game we just had on our table, and I feel like we have to go back to our host, who was obviously waiting out for here all this time, right, Ash Cheesy?
Yeah, so it was a great game from LCF. Obviously, I mean, we knew that thing from the beginning because of the draft. You can't rely on an alpha in this meta, or you can't rely on Gatotkacha into the EXP in this meta. I have seen the Gatotkacha and Hylos into the roam, but into the EXP, it's not good as well. I mean, the way it was good in the previous season, now it's not that much good because I mean, nowadays you see the fighter meta Lapu Lapu, or you can say the Uranus is going great into that EXP rather than going for this Gato or something like for, I mean, that Alpha. That's the thing. But now it's a full-on gameplay. But that Nathan was out of syllabus. It was a great game from the Nathan into the goal lane against Carry. What do you think so on this, Ray?
I mean, I predicted it. Nathan has a range, has a damage, is a magic based, which is something that is really good in the meta right now. On the other hand, though, Carry just like I mentioned, takes a lot of time to farm up. By the moment carry was only 2 items in, Nathan is already on the third one and building towards the fourth. It was because of the farm difference, but also because Carrie just cannot win lanes. She's a marksman that is into passive role. She's the marksman which falls into the category of a Mia, a Lela, a Leslie. Those marksmen, they sit behind, they farm the game, and then they help you win the late phase. For that to happen, you need a 4-1 notation. You need your marksman to be just farming up every time and give the space. But this composition didn't scream that to me at all. Alpha is the one who needed support here. So they needed a marksman who can take his lane. They needed an EXP who could take his lane so that at least the carry could do something, or maybe Alpha do something. But either of it didn't work. They basically were handicapped with 2 picks. So I feel like this was a kind of a bad decision coming in from the hands of at least Tartarus. And I'm hoping to see that this is just a warm up for them. And game number 2, they can do something else. Or if not, there's a 2-0 coming pretty soon. And best of 5, you only get 3 chances. After that, it's gone. And they have just lost 1.
I mean, as you say, Ray, that the first game is like you don't open all of your trump cards, so maybe that's the reason. If we are talking about the Tartarus guys, they're the table toppers, they're the territory holders. One single defeat cannot take the title of territory holder. So, I mean, thinking about it, they can make their comeback. It's a BO5 series, so maybe we're gonna see Kyle's coming with the Harith, or we're gonna see that Xbox once again into the hand of Joseph. Anything can be happen here. So let's see. I mean, second game will depict a lot of things.
Yeah. What about you, Sarah? Of course, I want to hear her opinion.
Yes, and definitely here, I think it was the draft which helped LCF so much. They had early and they had late game as well. So obviously things looked very interesting for the side of LCF as well as TRT, because TRT, I think that draft needs work. Alpha with the Matilda, a great combo, but the nerfs coming onto Alpha, that's a bit suspicious. So obviously LCF took the lead here.
Of course, and I feel like I love your background. It's pretty white, and obviously the poses and everything over there as well. Don't worry, the angle can be a little bit, but I feel like it's giving you more of a, what do you say? Like portrait is kind of, mine is like completely in front, but you're like, you're in an angle. It's more dynamic. I'm loving it absolutely. Ash is also, accompanying you. He's a little bit of a still image, no? He's not facing the camera either. But yeah, Ash, what do you think about what's gonna happen in game number 2? Any predictions from your end? Because obviously we're diving into the draft immediately.
I feel like Tartarus will make their comeback. They will do the score 1-1 now. I mean, they known for their comeback, and it's Tartarus we're talking about. And if they had lost the first match because of the weak draft, they will compensate it with stronger gameplay, or maybe a 10 minutes win in this second game. I feel like it's a prediction. I can't say. LCF is also strong, so they can also retaliate back with a good amount of aggression as well as domination in the second game. Anything can be happen. We can't say that LCF will be losing easily.
Yeah, I think first game I would just take it as a warm up. Honestly, if we take that into consideration, maybe there's a chance we might see something surprising. But if Tartarus is honestly struggling a little bit, even without pulling punches, they're in a really bad spot. That's what I will definitely tell you. But let's see. This is going to be game number 2 of Tartarus. Better have to step up, make this score 1-1. Maybe pick up a 1-1 at the pace as well. But if not, they're going to be in a heap lot of trouble, because if this score goes to 2-4-0, they're to their last chance. And that is not a good position to be in any cost. So yeah, let's see. Sarah, over here, what do you think?
Honestly, I think LCF just permanently banning that Farsa is one of the strategies I have to learn myself as well for my team. But okay, that's a different story. Okay, coming back to the second game, Tartarus here, they definitely need to revamp their draft. That Alpha Matilda, though a good combo, didn't really work out for them, especially with the carry being the one who required the maximum support, especially in the laning phase.
Yep.
Against a Nathan in the early game who has technically double or triple the attack speed just because of his passive stacks. This was a very bad decision to pick up the carry. But then again, this time around, things should look different with Tartarus banning out the Phoveus and LCF banning out the Baxia. More heroes should be open in the draft. This time around, Asuna has the privilege of picking up the Kimi as the first pick, and if but okay, TRT are definitely going to deny that. So, Asuna, is it going to be the Lunox once again, or will he be showcasing his Kadita once more?
I'm looking forward to the Kadita. Ash, what do you want the mermaid or do you want the by by mood because she's two forms. Oh, what do you think of that, Ash?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know what? I feel like, as you all mentioned that, okay,
Hmm. Fish or the girl with two moods?
I think fish because it's Kadita we're talking about, so maybe she will be a fine hero here. But Kalia can again be onto the side of Tartarus. But you know what? I feel like Tartarus having a Kalia curse. Whenever they're picking up the Kalia, they're losing the match.
Damn.
So Kimi
Stop cursing. Stop
should
cursing,
not.
STG. You cursed the Roger.
It was actually mutual from Itami and me. We both cursed the Roger, not only me. But now LCF
Damn.
going for the CC. Uh, Once again, I mean the previous one, they didn't went for the Matilda pick. They went for the CC straight away. So Anti is kind of comfort with his CC. So maybe that's the reason he's just picking it away in the first pick. I mean, it's been I think 3 4 months we haven't seen a CC first pick because it's like whenever high loss comes up, CC picks comes up. So that's kind of you can say I mean works. But nowadays, I mean today LCF is going for first pick CC. So maybe they have some strategy with it. But now Tartarus two picks are open. Matilda is once again open, or maybe Joseph can go with Assassin. There's a lot of Assassin is open. Ishan Shin is open, the Korean general.
It was open last game, right? The Admiral was open last game, but they did not pick it up. Oh, okay. Nice. Tartarus full support. Obviously, I'm going to be biased right now, but yeah, jokes aside, picking up the Zushin a little bit early. Obviously, I am not that delusional like people tell me to. Zushin into a little bit of an early pick. It's, what do you say? It is basically
Exactly.
exposing a little bit. Like, yeah, I think Sarah
Yes.
can elaborate a little bit more. She definitely has it.
You know what? Picking up your team's main damage dealers in the first two picks gives your opponent the perfect chance to pick up on three
Counter.
to four other counters right away. And that is exactly what LCF is doing. They pick up on the high loss to face tank that Granger and Juxin. They pick up the Irritel to go round and round the entire map just to take down the Granger so easily. And it is going to be 100 win rate Irritel player Stark TZ versus Kyle, the Granger monster. Obviously, those two are going to be facing it off in the goal lane. Interesting match coming our way. But this time around, we need to see what 27's pick is going to be. Is he going to be locking in on the Garot Kacha once more? The Badang is still open and they can actually pick it up against the Hylos and the CC since his
Fair
ultimate
point.
deals HP based damage. And even okay, but no.
Hmm.
It is going to be the Garut Kacha one, so all over again. So on towards the ban phase, both the teams need to ban out on the junglers, and LCF they specifically need to ban out on another mage.
A little bit odd. They are going for the Gatot again and again, even though the threat of the basically what do you say Farsa is not there. They're going for the Gatot again and again, which is a little bit weak to the CSC. We clearly saw it. So what do you think of it, Ash? Like they could have picked up the Badang. I feel like Badang would have been really perfect here, just like Sarah mentioned.
If they are going with this Gatot EXP, then I'm not happy with it. If they're going with the Gatot Roam, I'm happy with it
Yeah,
because
yeah,
the initiation will be a great thing from the side of Tartarus with the Gatot AOG. But from the EXP sense, against the CC, once again, I don't feel it's good. I mean, he can win the lane easily. I mean, Anti can win the lane easily with the CC. So losing one lane in the EXP as well as if Irithel can just go against this Kyle's Granger
yeah.
from the beginning, getting a little bit of snowball, as we all know that Irithel is the counter of Granger, and she has not got the nerf. It was Granger who got the nerf. Still, people are managing it well in the gold section. But if she can also outplay Kyle's Granger, then you losing both the lanes. So I don't feel like then Jushin can walks good in the mid. Yesterday it was happen with with IGN versus Marv. They also picked this Jushin. We all thought that Jushin will works great because a utility jungler was there, but then they lost the both EXP as well as gold, and then the mid was totally gifted towards Witch. So that could be again a recap in this match, but no. We're gonna see the Kadita ban as we're talking
No
about the
fish.
Kadita pick, fish pick. So no fishy guys, no fishy smell or no fishy things because Kadita will be in the banish. But maybe Kalea can come in. I mean, Tartarus can go for the Kalea. So hope so. We're gonna see some fish today. This is
Fish, fish. Too many fishes, right? Especially LCF. I remember they picked up Kalia and Kadita as well once. Too many fishes in the map. But let's see if with the okay, this is good. They pick up the Lapu Lapu this time. Lapu Lapu was open last game. They did not pick it up, which was a little bit questionable. That's the whole reason I believe that Tartarus was kind of holding back in the first game. They were like, yeah, we're not going to show everything. We're going to wait a little bit. But at the same time, I feel like LCF was not going full in either because they gave the Matilda away easily. They did not really care. So I feel like it is possible that LCF is also have their hidden pockets ready because of course they have not picked up the Earthal just yet, right? And Earthal just fits in perfectly over here. But let's see if they want to go into the bait or maybe pick up something else. There is a Zushin who will disturb the Hylos a little bit, but they do have to work around with it. So let's see what's gonna happen. And they come in with the Lilia for that AoE with the blooms, and of course we're gonna be seeing the Lucas coming back into the scene as well. Interesting picks overall, and LCF have won despite the initial nerfs that Lucas has received. What do you think of it, Sarah?
Actually, that is a very smart pick. The Lucas can continuously displace the Granger, the Gautkacha, and even Jukshin by knocking them back continuously in the beast form
And he's immune,
ultimate.
yeah.
Exactly, while Irithel can just keep going around trying to hit them, while Asuna obviously has the blooms to burst them down, especially once he gets the glowing wand and the wishing lantern, her core items, and then LCF will just be snowballing around. On the hands of Tartarus, though, Joseph, definitely the Joy is a very comfort and smart pick once again, can mark down the Irithel, especially in the early to mid game, and even the CC could be melted down by him when she does not have the vengeance. So, all over, both the teams have a very strong draft this time, and this is mainly going to be a battle of the goal lane. Ash.
yeah, obviously it will be a battle of Golin, Granger in the hand of Kyle, Irithel in the hand of Starkteasy. Let's see who will be having the MVP today, Kyle or Starkteasy. Game number 2. While LCF having a lead, Caster Ray and Caster Sarah, please take on the game and just
We got you, and we got you. Sarah, of course, do the first words, even though I said it.
Okay, welcome to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, upper bracket semifinals, LCF and TRT, while LCF is leading with a score of 1-0. Both the teams with strong mid lane control at the moment, even though Eden will have the easier time to poke down Rudius as well as Asuna. Joseph will take down the lethal and secure the small camp before rotating on towards his blue, just so that his camp does not get stolen away by the Lucas during their gold lane rotation. All over, things are looking pretty equal at the moment for both the teams, except for Tartarus just securing the mid river control towards the gold side a little bit more than that of LCF.
Of course, that's the benefit of the Zushin. But I feel like I really expected to see some invasions that could have been coming in, but looks like they are obviously paying a little bit of respect. They don't want to go in too aggressive. So far, I'm really interested to see the HP trade-off that's going to be happening in the gold phase because the Irithel Granger mashup is a little bit weird in the sense that obviously Granger has a spam ability. He can dish out, but at the same time, the whole reason Irithel is picked against him, she moves a lot. It's hard to aim, but some Grangers, they have figured out a way. They just predict where she's going to be, and that's how they obviously try to zone her out with the spams. Irithel, on the other hand, needs to land the basic attack, so that's one of the things that affects how you maneuver in the goal lane. With experienced goal laners, it's every HP counts, but honestly, let's just focus into the turtle pit because looks like an engage is going to be brewing up. All the jungles are preparing. Joy is maintaining some distance, but we're most likely going to be seeing it because the beast should be unleashed any second now.
And look at that, there comes the Bravest Fighter along with the Beast Farm Ultimate. Lucas trying to jump in with the damage, but the damage output from the side of Tartarus is a lot more on towards the early game, especially because of the Lapu Lapu and the Joy with those electrifying beasts just bursting down Saramun and Anti to take them down and secure the first turtle in their favor.
And they get the first turtle for themselves. And just like I noticed, so I was talking about it, right? The HP trade-off. Look at that. Irithel, 50% of the HP, but looks like there's another engage possibly in the bottom lane, Sarah. And looks like her voice got cut off a little bit, but till then, I'll be covering it. Obviously, in that engage, looks like a 0-5 comes in from the hands of Tartarus, and that is just impressive. And this is why I always talk about the Granger versus Aircel matchup, HP trade-off, because whoever loses out the HP will be forced to stay in there and might not be able to rotate. The other one, they can easily butt into the bottom lane. Sarah, if you're there.
Yep, but we can see Anti struggling a bit against 3 people. Will get knocked up by Jokshin in the last moment and gets taken down. This time around, the TRT with a much stronger rotation once on their comfort picks. Rudius was getting chunked down because of turret damage, but entirety of Team LCF did come for the backoff. But Kyle's positioning this time around, much safer, much better, and things are looking very, very good for TRT, especially in the early game this time.
Absolutely, and this is one of the things that, all the meta marksmen have in common that Carry does not. Yes, she has a dash, but oh, what is that? In the mid phase, pretty aggressive. Purify being forced out from the hands of Asuna. But yeah, getting back to my point, the meta marksmen, if you notice, all have something similar. Their dash range, repositioning is so important, and Carry just doesn't have it. Her dash is just too minimal. They are putting a lot of pressure in the mid lane, but yeah, few HP trade-offs, nothing much to worry about. But the clapback is not yet on the table, so maybe LCF will take their time, be a little bit patient, but let's see, because finally the invasions are coming up. Let's see, into the bottom phase.
Okay, we can see the curtain call comes in. Joseph will finally be bursted down by Anti right there. 27 getting caught out in the middle of 4 people with that Bravest Fighter. Not enough for him to sustain, and he gets taken down right away. Kyle with an early rotation. Anti will be taunted and taken down by Kyle. Asuna with the tough boots, the magic boots right there, will be taken down though. But this time around, Stark is there. Stark does bait out the Purify, trying to take down Kimmy. Will find him in the middle of 3 people, but Serarmun doesn't have the beast form, and Iritel has to run away from that situation. She still does not have the damage to take down that Granger and the Joy together.
This is not looking good, obviously, because the score this time around, it's a full round table. Obviously, it's been flipped up, 3-10 score in under 6 minutes. Basically, this time Tartarus is the one getting 2 kills per minute, which is basically a sign of a heavy snowball that LCF had in the last game. This time around, though, we can clearly see the pressure with the river area as well as the goal lane being made up. And the only possible win condition that LCF still has left, obviously, it's going to be Stark chasing onto the table. But how long and how much they can stall this game, that's the main thing. Because if not, Kyle is already farming up. He's snowballing 3-0-1. That's something they need to avoid. They don't exactly have a backliner either, except for obviously the curtain call. But most likely, obviously, they don't go for the invasion just yet. But oh, look at that, Eden.
Look at that, there comes the glorious pathway. Bravest Fighter, stun getting missed out. Stark TZ just rotating around, trying to take them down, but there is no damage. And Tartarus has way too much sustain to try and even fight in that team fight. LCF needs to farm up a lot more right now. Joseph, though, he's on to level 10, while even Anti is at a level 7 despite being the EXP laner. This says a lot about how Tartarus is playing around, which means that this time around LCF is the one in the back shoes and Tartarus is simply dominating. A complete deja vu, but the sides have been changed. But on toward the top side though, Anti trying to defend that way, but we can see a little bit of the glorious pathway coming in just to try and defend that lane, but I do not know why Rudius may have wasted that right there.
Absolutely, and I feel like obviously giving Eden the comfort pick, of course, Zushin is everybody's comfort pick, right? But jokes aside, I think the Hylos is obviously struggling a little bit. It was meant to take the shots from the Granger, but Granger's rotation has been very impressive overall. And he's been only being, sorry, Hylos has only been facing with Eden right now and is being forced away with the pickoffs, obviously, by getting picked off by the Zushin, literally by the Lantern Flare. It's not looking good for themselves so far. 3-10 score still. Last 2 minutes, there have been not that many kills because, of course, they're playing a little bit of a patient game. But with the turtle being taken, with the third one gone into the table for Tartarus, they might just come in for an invasion. Maybe not. They're going to keep it safe. But so far, there's one turret down on the top, multiple on the bottom, which only the inhibitor is the one left, basically exposed. So the next 100 seconds, the Lord comes in. The inhibitor are most likely going to be falling down. LCF will get gapped in the macro sense. And this time around, I'm not sure if their winning condition Stark TZ is going to be able to pull up. If that does not happen in any time soon, this will be a very fast end. But at the same time, LCF have come back from a lot of situations, so it's still on the table. There's a high chance that they can make sure to give Sarktizi a little bit of a space. Sararmun can become the frontliner with, obviously, Rudius taking most of the hits to the face, becoming the bait. So that should be their game plan. But let's see. It's easy to speak in theory, hard to put it into execution. 8,000 goal lead, 7 more kills. What is LCF going to do?
Well said right there, Ray, because as for now, we can see TRT just roaming around the map, gaining that control which they so needed in the first game. Look at Kyle getting a solo kill onto Stark inside the inhibitor. That says something about the man and how good he is. But look at the taunt coming in. Magic Boots right on time. But there comes the bravest fighter as well. Rudius trying to defend that inhibitor. Shield from popping away, but no, it gets taken down. And even Glorious Pathway gets baited out, which means that this might just be a free lord for the side of Tartarus in another 25 seconds. Meanwhile, LCF not having taken down a single turret. There goes Stark, gets taunted once again, and we'll have to jump back to safety, back to the base. Not tries to chase them down, but has to use up the ultimate just to escape. 27 with the bravest fighter once more. Rudius has to survive. The Sky Piercer doesn't trigger, saves the life of Hylos by just one slither of HP. And now Tartarus moving on towards the Lord. Only the inhibitors left open for the side of LCF.
Absolutely, and I'm seeing some damage that's coming in from Asuna, and that is going to be really crucial because, oh, look at the itemization. Does have the glowing one now, so with one more, we will most likely get her power spike pretty soon. Irthel, on the other hand, only attack speed, not going to be enough. Need that Berserker's Fury as soon as possible to land those crits, but Kyle over here, Blade of Despair and Malefic Gun, a roar. That's basically a lot of penetration and raw physical damage. That's not looking good. Zushin does not have any mana equipped. Just rushing that anti-heal. I understand that. They want raw damage. They do not exactly want to pick off. They are not relying on Eden to just go for that double lantern flare pick off that you can do, obviously, when you have enough mana. They're going for just pure anti-heal and just give out some amount of damage to the team fight so they can do something about it. So they're really playing it a little bit more of a burst style instead of utility that you should do. But what just happened, Kyle? Solo kill Asuna still had the ultimate. The Black Shoes is still there, but he was not prepared for the burst that came in. What just happened? And the Lord comes in. Sara, what is going on?
2 DPS down from the side of LCF, and there comes the AOD inside the base. 27 with the bravest fighter will try to flicker in for the damage. There's a minion, and Lord is still full HP, very healthy. Things looking well for TRT right there. They're marking down the base, and they take it away. 1-1, settling the score very easily. TRT with a heavy comeback.
Of course, it was going to be a heavy comeback because I was, basically saying that Sarktizi needed to cook up, but this time around he was not able to do so. And because of it, we clearly saw the answers. It just did not go well. It was a fast pace then. Oh, it's so nice to see you back again, Sarah. And obviously, Ashtizi, our host, is back. What do you have to say about the game?
I'll say one thing, that they don't have a crowd control to take down that Joy or that Granger. I mean, you have the high loss, but it can be. It was actually easily getting down by that electrifying bits. Even the Granger was managing to take him down. And Jushin was a real threat. Ray, it's not because you were sitting beside me in the desk, therefore I'm saying no. It's because he was the real threat in this match. I mean, all the time she was providing those stunts, or you not the stunts, but that I mean those stunts, and not only that, I mean literally it was hindering a lot of things for the side of LCF, and that's the reason they didn't won any single team fights. And beside that, there was only a high loss, which I was talking about, to to give that crowd control. CC is a full fighter thing, so she was there for the damage. And Lilia, you don't expect a stun from Lilia, you just expect the burst from
Raw
Lilia.
damage.
That's the main reason I feel like they couldn't done the thing in the second game. And I was hoping for the second game to be in the side of Tartarus, because I want a fifth game decider. Let's see if the third game can goes to LCF.
Yeah, we all want fifth games, right? Because it is where exciting, the most excitement is gonna be. And obviously, I would obviously love a BO7 because I would get to cast more with Sarah, but I wouldn't want that either because I wouldn't want to exhaust her. But yeah, jokes aside, it looks like this series is gonna be obviously exciting. It is a very neck to neck. LCF this time around, I feel like they kind of obviously, just like I mentioned, lacked on a few departments, but I think it's all gonna be okay. It's still a BO5. They still have it in a bag. 1-1 score. So basically, obviously, both of these teams right now need two more wins. The next two games will be the deciding factor. But let's see if it's gonna be eh, shifting to anything. What do you think, Sarah? Of course.
Yes, I do agree with that because the first game, LCF just completely dominated them. It was like a 12 to 13-minute game, and TRT in the second one, they did the exact reverse of that, which just shows that how equal these two teams are and how much the comfort pick really matters for both of these teams. So we are really going to have to see what the third game brings on because as per the pattern, LCF is supposed to win the third game. Can TRT create an upset and can they take away a 2-1 in their favor? That is exactly what we are waiting for.
Absolutely. Ash, obviously, we're going to be. I mean, I want you to obviously say a few more things because you're the host and you get left away while we let you sit on the back seat, right? So, what's your opinion on this? Game number 3. Is it going to be
Game
LCF or
number
TRT? Just a fun
three.
guess.
Yeah, game number 3 in a BO5 series, when the score has settled 1-1 between two teams, is the most important game, because whoever wins will be going for a match point match in the next game, in the fourth game. So it feels like, I mean, you are boosting in confidence after winning this game, because you know, one more game, we have to settle it down, then it's okay. We are into the upper bracket finals. Maybe we can go to the grand finale directly after winning that upper bracket finals. So this game actually, I mean, depicts a lot of things for both the sides. I mean, whoever wins will have the confidence. Whoever lose will have a little bit of, I mean, that what I say, driver's seat and passenger seat thing. I'm gonna say it once again when this match will complete, because one will be sitting in the driver's seat and one will be sitting in the passenger seat. So who it will be? That's the biggest thing. But now I feel like if you want to stop Kyle, just take it out those Trinity meta MMs. And about the joy pick, even though the joy is right now not even in the third tier, second tier, first tier, S tier, double S tier, nowhere it is, still they managed to cook it with that pick, because you don't have a counter for that joy in your lineup. You didn't went for a crowd control mage. You didn't went for a proper tank who can just counter. I mean, Hylos can counter it with the first skill. But then what? I mean, it's useless, because it's right now useless. I've been seeing it. Yesterday, there was a lot of Hylos picks from IGN. They managed to take on the game number 1, game number 3, but when you are going for a head-to-head, a nerve-to-nerve match with a top-tier team, you can't rely on a high loss. You can't rely on a Lilia. Even though, I mean, a lot of mage options are not there in this meta, still, you can't rely on a Lilia. You could have gone for a Selena or a Louis. I mean, I have to say this. Louis right now have a lot of burst. She can provide the crowd control. She can, I mean, initiate a fight as well. I mean, you had a high loss, and we all know that the high loss with a Louis works great. And you have a Irithel as well. I mean, okay, your team was totally based on a Louis pick. Why didn't you went for that? We went for a Lilia rather than going for a Louis. It's okay, fine. Now we are now we are entering into the game number 3's draft. It's Lasmi Chitfern versus Tartarus. 1-1 is the score. I feel like the first ban will be on to Basha. What do you feel, Sarah?
Okay.
I do feel that this time around, TRT has finally read into LCF's rotation. They've figured out what they really need to do against LCF if they want to take the match in their hands, and that is exactly what happened in the previous game. That turtle fight, LCF had the control of the river area, but the way Joseph took his buff and then came in as a surprise blast for LCF, that is where things went wrong because Hylos, he had used up his first skill before the engage even started. And Joseph, taking advantage of that and playing his comfort, just timed it so well and took down Rudius right there in the team fight, and that is where things really turned around. 6-0 in under like 5 to 6 minutes. That's huge for any team playing at this level. And this time around in the draft, once again, it is going to be the Phobius and the Farsa getting banned out right away. Ray.
Yeah, of course, and I think the Farsa is not going to be seeing the light of the day, and I think that is going to be obviously a crucial factor because what mid laners are they going to be choosing? Because of course, Ashes brought out a good, obviously pointer. Maybe the Lilia wasn't the best option because I think it wasn't the best. Sorry, the best, but it wasn't the worst either. They just obviously the Zushin obviously controlled the mid lane a lot more. Of course, it's my wife, guys, but yeah. The other thing is, I would definitely say, is TRT this time around just played a little bit better. It was more aggressive, more into the table. They were not into that passive gate that they were in the last game, and that is the one of the crucial things that actually separates you from the top teams. And a lot of the top teams even struggle because moments when you play into the backseat, just like you mentioned, it's when you give in into the luck. Like basically, does this game go late phase? If then we're going to be hitting the best spot, but if you're not, you're basically going to get finished early, and that is what basically both of these teams on the first game and second game, and whoever is doing it is losing out. So maybe game 3 we will see both of these teams come on a mutual decision, like we're going to be picking up a team composition that will make sure to have the aggression right from the get-go, and it's going to be an all-out brawl. But maybe it's going to be something else. What do you think, Ash?
Yeah, obviously, and you know what about the Bakshia ban from Tartarus? They went for that Phobius, maybe planning for a Harith's Kyle or something like that. I mean, Kyle's Harith, because whenever he wants to pick his ace, he bans his counters, and that's the reason maybe they banned the Phobius, or Phobius got the skin buff after 3 years. Yeah, that's a big time, guys. 3 years he got the skin buff now, so he is unstoppable, unbeatable in the EXP. Yep, you can go with a Lapu to counter him. Yep, you can go with a Uranus as well. But if it's in the ban list, then you can't go for it. But no, first pick will be onto Kimmy. And then Matilda again open with Ishan Shin. I mean, Ishan Shin is totally ignored by these two teams in previous two matches, whereas Ishan Shin is being the main ban in the Mythic Showdown knockout stage. I can feel like that. I mean, if we're gonna go with the stats, Ishan Shin has banned a lot of times in this knockout stage, but in this two giants match, haven't seen a single ban on Ishan Shin or a single pick yet. I feel like Sarah Moon, which thing you are waiting for? I mean, you are assassin main. Why don't you go for the Ishan Shin pick? I mean, it's a double S
You're waiting
tier.
for
It
this
can, yeah, it can't
game 3, game
easily get
4.
countered. So go for the Korean general, man. Go for the Korean oppa.
Yeah, the name I gave him. He's actually an admiral. Apparently, they have
Exactly.
different ranks. But yeah, Sarah, of course, go ahead.
Oh,
Yes, and you know what? We are back into the draft, and we can see this time LCF picking on the Haya this early. That is kind of an interesting move. But
Sarah.
then again, the Gareth Kacha, yes, Gareth Kacha, good hero right there. But will it be played on towards the EXP or the room? That is still something we have to see. On the hands of Tartarus, though, we can see the Kimi getting picked up quite early, and now we can see that they will be trying to lock in on either their gold or their exp, since they have already seen two very major picks coming in by the side of LCF. And on the hands of LCF, though, they need to lock in on the Lunox or the Kadita early on, because otherwise TRT is definitely sending those two onto the ban section.
Absolutely. And Ash, obviously, you've already talked about the draft and everything, but looks like Yushin Shin is going to be delayed from Sarar hand. Okay, do you think Yushin Shin will come into the hands of TRT though?
I feel like he will go for the Suyu. If he is, I mean, going to counter this Hayabusa, if he's going to challenge the Hayabusa, I want a Suyu. Or maybe a proper challenging will be a joy into the hand of Joseph. I mean, go for the comfort. Terrar Moon is also having his comfort right now, so have a fight where Joy's counter is a Hayabusa. Okay, no. We have some fishy smell because Kalea will be there from Tartarus. Gimme with the Kalea. So if the curse is there, when he plays Kalea, Tartarus loses. If the curse is there, so let's see if they loses, then the curse is there. If they don't lose, then the curse is not there. It was just a split of time. They just lost that match. But now 27 with the CC. I mean, I think something happened to the CC. Everybody is picking it up for themselves. Ooh, a Lunox. This is something cooking up right now. I mean, Ray, while if you had gone through the wildcard and the women's championship as well, we have been seeing a lot of Lunox as well as Arlot picks there. Arlot as a roam, Phobius coming into the EXP with the Lunox into the mid. This draft is cooking all the way for the Chinese team, even though they lost it, but they were literally cooked it with the draft. So what do you feel? I mean, Indian teams are right now, I mean, just keeping their mark off with the international drafts.
It's going to be interesting because did happen in the first game, but of course this time around we have the Gadot Kacha as well as the Hayabusa both into the hands of LCF instead. So it's going to be a little bit better to maneuver around. But let's see what's going to happen because of course we can't be too sure. The score is 1-1, so 1-1 gets banned out. She's just catching strays at this point. And one more thing I want to just say, shout out to our moderators in the chat who are obviously commenting on us, and thank you. On the other hand, obviously the marksmen are just, this is the thing, this is the thing when you have really good goal laners, like the best goal laners in India. You're not going to be seeing the marksmen, they're going to get banned out. So we are back again with the limited options. It's going to be either way. It's going to be Airtel. Sarah, do you think a Bruno will pop up anytime around?
I doubt that though. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they possibly could. Stark could possibly. Like he pulled out the Claude in the final game of the previous finals. This time around, he could just pop out with the Bruno. But I do feel that instead of the Bruno, a better pick might be the Iritel or the Claude. Obviously, the Iritel in the previous game didn't really work out. So this time around, he's gonna be playing an even more comfort hero, which is the Nathan. So, on to the goal lane though, we have to see what Kyle is planning to pick up. Is it going to be his comfort, the Harith, or will he try to lock in on the Iritel? A good pick, both of those heroes would be on towards the goal side, while Joseph, he has to think of a certain counter, especially for the Hayabusa. Maybe a Ling or a Fanny.
Ling or a Fanny? I haven't seen that in. Oh, you are so on point. Sarah Sarah is the one. She's brigading the draft right now. She's
Yeah.
secretly talking with the Tartarus coach. There's no way you are so on point. Actually, you are. Should have. But of course, the bald man. Sorry, I can't even say it in a straight face. I mean, it's a ball guy. It's the Kufra with the huge ball. He's coming in to make sure the Fanny doesn't fly around too much. Because of course, when there's a flying woman, you stop her with a big ball. That's how you do it. But yeah, let's see. How's it gonna be? Both of the drafts looking spicy. Ash is off because we're gonna go into the game. What's your opinion on this?
I thought you were referring the ball because of his hand gesture. Kufra's hand gesture.
What? Bro, he's a ball. He turns into a ball.
Yeah,
It's that
yeah,
simple.
yeah. He's like the Ben 10's cannonbolt. Something like that. Okay, guys. Yeah, I mean, you see that gesture, hand gesture is kind of like that. I mean, Amres Puri is like having the
Bro, calm
two
down.
dices, two dices in his hand. Okay, guys, leave it, guys. It's just for. I'm just kidding. And here we are, guys, into the game number 3, which is a very deciding game. I mean, whoever wins will have the match point. It's Mythic Showdown, and we are watching right now LCF versus Tartarus, upper bracket semi-finals, and the game is on, guys. So, casters, bring it on.
Thank you, of course. And Sarah, please do the honors.
And well, here and we can see that both the teams will try to focus on towards the goal lane this time. Look at that early rotation coming in by Rudius, Kimi, Eden, as well as Kyle all together. What a skirmish just under the 1 minute mark. But on towards the EXP though, CC will definitely have the easier time against the God of Kaja. So obviously, we will have to see which team takes the early lead from here.
Absolutely. The score sits at 1-1. And anyone who wins this is going to be basically putting a mental pressure. It's going to be the fact that the fourth game will be more into their favor. But let's see what's it going to be. And just like we discussed, the drafts is a little bit more spicy. I am more interested into the gold lane matchup because the Beatrix is... It's a little weird in the sense that she has obviously 4 weapons. So that gives her edge over almost most marksmen. But at the same time, Nathan is... his magic, so he also has a little bit of upper hand as soon as he gets the Wind of Nature, but that is a little bit of a later phase. So I would say at least for the early phase, I feel Kyle will have a little bit better time around, but let's see. Turtle's going to be coming in. Fanny is one of the junglers that is really heavily reliant on their team to take the turtle, and she does the retribution. Hayabusa, though, is not. On the top lane, we're obviously seeing the classic rotations. The roamer will try to get the level 4 early on because, of course, Kufra is a much more heavily reliant on it. But let's see. AOG pops in too early, perhaps? Yes, it is.
Okay, look at that. There comes a taunt onto Kimi, and he will be taken out right away by Anti right there. But there comes the current call as well. The light ult getting used very properly and on time. Rudius, though, trying to mark Eden down, but lazy boy Amulet. Joseph the Fanny Goat will find Nathan. Only Nathan in the middle of everything, while Kyle chunks down the turret goal on towards the bot side. LCF will try to secure the turtle in order to reduce the goal gap, which is going to be
27
from here. But 27, he's trying to mark them down.
Boom.
Saramun finds the retribution, but there comes the tsunami slam, and Anti gets taken down right away by Eden. And now LCF, they're all very low, and they will not be surviving Eden's wrath here. Eden with a double kill, and now there comes the invade.
I honestly thought the score would remain 1-1 just to okay, Eden, better watch out. No, he does not.
Okay, look at that. There comes a taunt once again onto Joseph, though. He is low, but it's a God of Kaja. How much can a God of Kaja really do against Cable Lady, who's gonna be moving away from you in just a milliseconds? And as we can see here, Nathan, he has to rotate on towards the mid side to try and look for some gold. Kimi will have to dash away to safety, but Stark here, he is lagging behind in farm. Kyle, he has chunked down the entirety of the gold shield on towards the bot side, which means that's a solid 350 gold lead in his favor. This is going to look very difficult for the side of LCF if they want to recover this mid-game onwards, because the Beatrix is just going to be farming up, not down.
Of course, Beatrix, one of the marksmen with highest attack with the game with along with obviously Leslie has been nerfed, Granger. So that gives her, especially the machine gun, she is so strong that almost 90% of the marksmen cannot win a 1 versus 1, and that counts Nathan. Even if he decides to go for the Wind of Nature with just a rose gold, Beatrix can just outburst him immediately, and that's something they need to consider. But oh, mid lane, Skara.
Okay, look at that. Chatterjee Kufra on point, but Fanny getting caught out in that skirmish will get taken down by Stark TZ, who secures the double kill and recovers the goal he needed. Asuna, though, getting chunked down by Eden right there, but there comes Hayabusa's Shadow. Will try to look for the backline. Does not miss, but there isn't enough burst to take him down, but instead it will be Kimi who finds him sacrificing his life just to save Eden down there. LCF is low, though. They should not be risking the turtle, and yep, they read that well.
You are
and
right.
Will be recalling back to safety.
You are so right, girl. Yeah, like, I generally thought they would just commit to it because it's just a turtle, not a lord. But you are really right. Going for that recall was absolutely necessary. Now, right now, they are safe to engage just in case if something happens. And Rudius looks like he had a plan in mind, maybe?
Ooh, he flickers back to safety quite well. Hayabusa with a quad shadow on towards the back line. Tries to find it, but there comes the Kalia with the tsunami slam right on time. Kimi with the play and will find that kill right there, but on towards the mid lane though. Kyle and Eden both very low. It is only 27 on towards the front line, trying to defend. Asuna will find Kimi right there. Stark TC with the power spike after the Starlium's kit is up, and now they are going to be invading on the Fanny's blue. Will try to take it down. Joseph though does have the retribution, does secure the buff, but will lose his life. So much for nothing. Tartarus once again falling behind a bit, but this time around LCF is looking right back on track.
Absolutely, and this is what they needed to do, obviously, because we were pointing out, oh, the Kufra!
Ooh, once again the Kufra making the play, but 27 finds a double, while Stark TZ and Asuna just making the play from the backsides. The damage dealers of LCF doing their work, while the damage dealers of Tartarus getting marked right down by Rudius right there. We can see what's happening, and we can see what LCF is doing once more, just marking down Kyle and Eden so hard, shutting them down before they can even play well enough.
I think this game, it's honestly already shifted to the hands of LCF because Rudius Kufra has been extremely deadly into the, obviously because of for Tartarus mainly because they don't have any response. Kimi is not exactly the most tanky hero you would expect. The fish is pretty squishy, right? So against a heavy ball like this, she's just getting squashed, and that's what's happening. And right now, Kimi is the only one getting left behind. Obviously, I feel like just gonna get bursted out.
Okay, look at that. Asuna though getting bursted out by the Beatrix ultimate, but Beatrix will be the one getting taken down by Anti on towards the back line. So accurate with that taunt right onto the main target. LCF taking Kyle down once more. Will be finding the turtle so very easily. Kimi though, he showed himself on that bush and it was not the best position. There comes the curtain call on towards the blue side. Joseph does secure the buff, gets the taunt, but will have to run away. Stark TZ with the ultimate right there, trying to deal some damage, but will be backing off safely.
The score sits at 6-11, you know, and it's with the goal lead as well, 3,000 on only 8 minutes. The Fanny's obviously effectiveness is going to be lowering down more and more because of the simple fact that Fanny into later phases mostly just becomes a split lane pusher, and you cannot really interact with it. But we do see some action in the bottom lane. Hayabusa Sorarmon gets taken down. Just as I speak.
Sorarmon gets taken down by Kyle. That's a 1v1. Pretty surprising, but it's okay, Dreams. We get you. Mistakes happen. And even the Fanny though, on towards the backside, look at that. He is also getting caught. Rudius misses the Terran's rage, but that's okay.
Oh, Nathan
tries to deal some damage, but no, Joseph is going to be escaping with less than 1% of his HP remaining. Back to safety and back with a little bit of farm right there.
It is just impressive what they've been able to pull off this game because Kufra is one of those heroes that is very high risk play, just like Franco. But as you have discussed with me, that Rudius is pretty good with high risk heroes, and it's obviously he's been proving it pretty right. Right now, we can clearly notice the map presence and everything. But oh, looks like something's cooking up in the mid lane, Sarah.
Look at that. Look at the Tsunami Slam comes in by Kimi right on target. Lunox get bursted out right away, but there comes the damage from Hayabusa as well as Nathan. Seramun has to back off. So does Nathan. Now Kyle's time has started. He has the Malefic gun. He has his items, and he is getting the power spike, which was so needed for the side of TRT. We can see them trying to come back. And this match, it is still very much possible for the side of TRT to take in their own as they're going for the mid lane tier 1, and I think they would find it, but no, there comes the Kufra with the stun, there comes the balls, and it takes down Joseph right away.
Conceal?
But okay, look, it's not over, they were chasing down Kyle and Eden, but thankfully they moved back to safety. But that means, Lord, it is going to be going to the hands of LCF right there.
And getting the Lord, that basically means the bottom lane is... Nah, I think it can come into mid lane as well because all of the lanes have their tier 2s alive. Tier 1s are already down, so a lot of map being covered. One thing that Tartarus has done really good is they have equalized the macro because of the fact that if they had taken the Lord, this game would have shifted. But clearly, it hasn't just yet. With the Lord coming up into top lane, oh, Fanny better watch out. Gets a little bit taunted over here. Sarah.
look at Stark TZY just on towards the backside, but look at the Tsunami Slam coming in though, just marking down Ante. Oh, but the Tyrant's Rage catches two in the backside, but Kufra will fall prey to the Kimmy's immobilize. Not good for the side of LCF right there. They lost two of their members
Oh,
right before
damn.
the Lord fight. Moon does find 27 though, and Stark finds Kyle. Oh my goodness. Stark TZY really showing who's the boss in this match, don't you think, Ray?
Absolutely, Sarah, because this game is just. I gotta give it out to Sark, TZ, and of course Asuna as well. These two people have been doing insane work this time around. Not to mention, look at the nade. Stark TZ, better watch out, and he does too. So, but yeah, gotta give the credit to Rudius as well. But oh, the Fanny bursted, gone,
Oh,
decimated.
Mistake. Wow. Just that sheer burst coming in and the timing of Sararmun's shadow, so accurate, so immaculate, just perfectly well done by LCF right there. And now they will be finding the tier inhibitor onto the mid side. Kufra tried to mark down 27, did not find it. Asuna though trying to mark down Kyle, will not find it, but LCF finds the bigger target. They find the base.
And obviously, we gotta go back to our host. Why am I so close to the camera, man? I gotta go back a little bit. Yeah, somewhere around this. Hey, host Easy. Obviously, welcome back, man. How was the game?
Yeah, game was pretty good, and those big balls you were talking about was too good as well. But you know what? Taktizi was awesome all the way. He was awesome in this whole match. Nobody's that was, if I remember, Tara, if you remember that, the only kill he just throw, it was in the mid when the game started in the early game, and then it was so obvious that no one ever finds him in the way he was already being going back by just not giving any chance to the side of Tartarus to take him down. And that's the only reason that they managed to just not win this match, but just pierced with the aggression against the Tartarus. I mean, the damage from this Nathan was too great. He was literally eating each and every member of Tartarus.
Of course, and ladies and gentlemen, of course.
To protect the realm.
Just got disconnected.
What is there to regret?
We're in the break. Okay, we'll be back.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे पॉपअप।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect is there to regret?
Sorry for the technical issues, guys. We are back into again to the Mythic Showdown Season 1, powered by Indian Gaming Corps. And we are in the mid of Tartarus versus LCF upper bracket semifinals, where right now LCF is leading the BO5 series with the 2 points in their hand, whereas Tartarus need to win this match. It's a do or die for them. As I said, the third match was so important because it will depict the fourth match as the match point for team, any one of them. So it's LCF who will having the fun in this match. They will be into the passenger seat, and the driver's seat will be full of Kimi's little angels. With this, guys, we are going into the draft section soon. So before that, what's your prediction, Sarah and Ray? What do you think? Are we going for a fifth match decider, or the game will be over in this match? Because the last time they fought with each other, it was a last game decider, and LCF claimed the throne. So what do you think? Now, are we gonna see a last game
We need a
decider,
fifth
or
game. We
yeah?
need a fifth game for sure.
What do we
I
need?
just want to keep casting with Sarah, no issues. But jokes aside, I think there's a honestly a chance that I feel like LCF can take this because uh, obviously right now LCF is not going to be holding back because if you clearly notice they switch up the marksmen and rotations and everything, right? But the Nathan and the Lunox just works out so amazingly well, they can just pick it up again. And if Tartarus decides to ban it out, there's going to be other heroes that will get left out, which will basically LCF will pick it up. And I feel like this is going to be a no pulling punches game. They're going to be making sure that they're going all out because of course they can go right now. They have a 2 pointer. This is the last match they need, and they can remain in the upper bracket finals completely. Stay safe and completely just wait out for the other teams to duke it out on the lower brackets. And of course, wait for the other teams to come back for the revenge. But let's see. It is very possible we might see a game number 5. But honestly,
And,
I do think it's going to be on table. Tartarus better watch out or else it will be difficult. But yeah, we go into the drafting phase. So Ash says it continue, then obviously give it to Sarah.
yeah. And you know what, Ray? I mean, if LCF wins this match, they will be playing with Dakusena, and it's a great rivalry in 2024. Nowadays, we don't see that rivalry any much. But before the 2024, we have been seeing a lot of matches between LCF versus Dakusena, and we're gonna see it again in the Mythic Showdown. But if Tartarus wins, then LCF will be finding their way to the IGN in the lower bracket. So nobody wants to be into the lower bracket, but as Itami said yesterday, whoever goes to lower bracket, they do the struggle. They win with, all the potential. They just throw everything to the game and then goes to the grand finale and click on the spot for the win. So if gods have this plan for Tartarus to be into the lower bracket, then have some, I mean, all those struggles and then goes for the finale and claim the throne. So maybe it could happen because it's all about God's plan. Now, quick review on the draft. Fasa, Baksha, Uranus, pretty same bands coming from Lasmi Chitfan. Whereas Tartarus will be going for the Phobius as well as Kimi because Kimi is nowadays getting the first pick mostly. So banning it, it's a good choice as well as the Fedrin will be taken out. So what do you feel, Sarah? Are we gonna see once again junglers, assassin ones?
I do think that Tartarus, they really wanted to play it out with their comfort, especially that Fanny pick. But that last Kufra pick was so very clutch coming in by Afraid right there. And I think that changed the entire pace of the game. So once again, Tartarus has to draft it out better. But this time, Serrar, he is more serious than ever. Just first picking a Hayabusa with that much confidence, it shows and says that how well that guy plays that hero. Even though he died solo to a Beatrix, it's fine. He did manage to come back on towards the end game. But then again, TRT this time around, Kimi, he can definitely go in for a coup for himself. The, but the hero Kimi, that has been banned out. So what is Eden gonna be picking up this time?
It's
There
time
is
for my
a
waifu.
Ray, there is a curse of
Blue.
Kalea. I just forgot to mention. You
But
say
yeah,
you think.
I was right about it. Sarah, you mentioned the Kimi ban. Yeah, there comes my wife. Hopefully, the wife can kick in again. But I feel like LCF is much better prepared this time around. But yeah, answering your question, STZ, yeah, man, fish is not working for Tartarus, and I feel like it's mostly because Tartarus works better with Kimi on a hard rock tank, not on something that can't is not exactly a frontliner. Kalia is more of an initiator, and so
Yeah.
they need someone more stronger. So 27 can make those plays. 27 doesn't have to be the frontliner, and neither NT needs to. Both of these teams, I feel like their EXP laners as well as their goal laners are on a similar frequency. Oh my god, they're gonna be pulling up with the Kaja. So if Eden is being a little bit too much of a nuisance, he's going to be saying goodbye this time around because, of course, Zushin's weakness is a whip and Kaja has one. I thought he had two, but no, it's actually just one that gives the electric shock. But yeah, jokes aside, that divine judgment will be crucial, very clutch because right now Joseph cannot pick up anything that is vulnerable. He needs to play tank base, and that is most likely what LCF is setting up the beer trap, just waiting for him to pick it up, and they will make sure he gets taken down. What's your opinion on this, Sarah?
Honestly, here, LCF is just picking up the heroes that they had experimented with in the finals, and they are looking to give TRT a flashback of that trauma once again, especially with Fish Lady right there.
Crazy.
But then again, TRT does have two very strong frontliners this time around. They have Kimi on the Garot Kacha and 27 on that Hilda. Damage Hilda, here we come. But this time around, if TRT doesn't ban out the CC, then Anti is gonna have a day in the field and he's just gonna be enjoying the EXP laning, I feel.
Vengeance damage healer, right? The infamous one. We'll see how good it works around. Ash, TZ, any predictions from your end?
Yeah, I mean, pretty obvious draft is coming from LCF. They're going for this Granger ban, so I feel like Irithel is coming on, or maybe they will go for the Nathan once again because a lot of time, if Tata is preparing for a tanky jungler, for a utility jungler, because as Sarah mentioned that the damage Hilda will be there, so they need one more frontliner who can, I mean, sustain for the team. But as we know that Jushin can also be a sustain mage. I mean, if she go with the physical emblem, she can also act as a sustain. But let's see. Oh, Akai into the ban. That's quite new for me. Not in this meta. I mean, I know it's good, but no one is using it in Indian community. No one is using it. Why they went for that ban? I'm not sure about it. Xbox was open. Lucas can be a perfect pick here for Tartarus.
I think they just banned it out because they don't want Joseph to be picking it up for one reason, because as easy, most of the heroes that he can pick up will get disabled by the Kaja, but the Akai does not get disabled that easily, and also he can be played as obviously an utility jungle, and I feel like they were suspecting it for Tartarus to do that because of course right now Joseph hands are bind and Akai is a really last pick option. That is something that they had in mind. But hey, we're going to be seeing the 1-1 this time around into this fourth game. And I am a little bit doubtful of it because, of course, there's a Kaja which can easily disable her. But we'll obviously have to wait it out and see what Joseph might be cooking in. Most of the Chang jungles have been banned out. He cannot exactly go for an assassin because that might make him extremely vulnerable and fall victim to the obviously the divine judgment. But let's see what's under the table for LCF. The last two picks, Asuna and Stark TZ. What are they going to be picking up for their team? Of course, because they're going to be switching up. No, no, no. We have already picked up the Kadita. So what is going to be the EXP lane and the goal lane for their teams? Let's just figure it out. Sarah, any predictions? Oh, okay. They are going to be relying on their Nathan, aren't they? Nathan is just going to be working overtime.
Yep.
Oh, look
And
at that.
honestly, yeah. Oh, Ash, go ahead.
No, no, I'm not going ahead. I'm just saying, look at that ESMA. I mean, it's something new from them as well. Okay, Sarah, your pick is here. Fanny, they're going for the comfort.
Yep. Once more, it is going to be Joseph on the Fanny and Kyle on that 1-1. However, though, the Nathan early game definitely better than that of 1-1 unless she can just play around that Inspire and the first skill stun, especially if Dada doesn't take a Purify right there. It's an equal matchup, but the Nathan wins. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the land of dawn. Early skirmishes everywhere as both of these teams, LCF looking for a 3-1 sweep, while TRT looking to stay in the game. Look at the taunt coming in onto Hayabusa early on itself. He's gonna be caught out low. TRT, they are trying to just steal away that small creep from the Hayabusa so that he does not get the farm. But Rudius, he is there dealing some damage. Asuna does need to look for it to look and mark out that Eden as well as the Fanny. But however, nothing's gonna be really working out right here. Both the junglers at an equal farm level at the moment, and they have to rotate to the other side of the map if they want to hit their level.
Absolutely right, Sarah. And it looks like we changed names, right? You became Asuya, I became Itami. But yeah, the turtle's going to be coming in. And immediately as we dived into the game, just like you mentioned, the poke was just not just few little pokes. They were kill thirsty. They almost were able to take down each other. But of course, a few resources were already baited out. Oh, what's happening into the mid lane, Sarah? Is it going to be a kill or not? No, not just in, not what am I saying? Not enough damage just yet. Turtle though coming in. Let's see what's gonna happen. Fanny, better watch out. Looks like there's some kind of an issue from your end, Sarah, or maybe I'm just not able to hear you. But sorry about that. The turtle goes into the hands of bottom lane. 1-1, better watch out. Kyle takes the first blood into his hands. Of course, Stark TZ is the one. Kyle gets taken down. And mic test, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm here for her unless he comes back again. So
Yeah.
it's going great, Ray. I mean, look, the start is great from Tartarus. They give a totally aggressive start. They didn't give Haya to get level 4 quick with taking out that creep on the red buff as well as the small creep in the goal. But now a lot of goal is being taken down by Stark TZ. AOG coming up with that. They caught, oh my goodness, Flicker come up from Kaza. Rudius manages his way back down, but Ugi Shadow kill as well. 3-man being caught out. Redemption. Okay, no, it will be revitalizing from Gatot Kacha, but that's done. Stark TZ will start the table on fire because it's Kadita Asuna getting a kill onto Kyle. 2-man down already, going for the third trade. Yes, Hilda will be taken down as well. But in the meantime, okay, 4-man down is Ray's wife, who will be taken down in the process. 4-man down with 1 man from the side of LCF.
Sarah? You there? Okay. I can see her speaking, but her voice is not coming for some reason. Could be a technical issue on her hand. Hopefully she comes back, of course. And mic test, Sarah. Do keep speaking. don't worry about interrupting us because okay, looks like I can see her speaking, but yeah, her voice is not coming.
It's bug.
Yeah, that just sucks, man. But yeah, she's of course. Until then, you can cover. Sarah, do not hesitate. Just keep on mic testing. So when you're back, we can hear you. Yeah, no issues over here. But yeah, looking into the game, 5-1 already. LCF just clear domination every time. How do they do this? It's just beautiful. Except for that game when Tartarus took the win. LCF has not been caught lacking in any sense or any possible way. And oh, they took another turtle, Ashley.
Once again, my goodness, the turtle being taken down. Esmeralda was the one who got down in that big team fight on the top lane by Joseph, but now she managed to take down 27. In the meantime, in the mid lane, there is a skirmish going on. Beatrix, I mean not Beatrix, it's Gatot Kacha being targeted down by Anti right now. Okay, they're going for the Jushin. It will be a double kill. 3-man down by Anti. Anti literally give a beautiful redemption for his kill being taken down by Joseph. And you know what? I feel like LCF is taking on the game because it's already a 3k goal lead, right?
Yeah, 3k goal lead. Sarah, mic test.
Hello?
Yeah, she's back. Finally, thank God. Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Oh, but look at that. As soon as I am back, Joseph, he is there with the cutthroat onto Kadira, just stealing away that kill. But on towards the bot side, though, 27 looks in a bit of a danger. As Stark, Sirarmun, as well as Afraid, they're all looking for that tower. And Stark, he has to escape. There comes the AOG, but will not hit anyone. Rudius has to flicker out to avoid activating Wanwan's ultimate right there. And he does it perfectly well. On towards the top side, Anti just roaming around, trying to clear out the lanes. But this time around, it is TRT who are going to be ganking down the bottom lane. There comes the Hayabusa ultimate onto Fanny. It shifts onto Eden at the last moment, saves Kyle's life with one slither of HP remaining this time around. TRT, they are still looking pretty weak. They need to recover the gold. Andy there with the Esmeralda ultimate just jumping in. He is unafraid. He is dominating. But there comes Kadita. There comes the fish power. He takes them down. A mega kill for Nathan right there. And now LCF is in form. They're going to be looking it for that mid tower so very easily.
I think with the score, they are just relentless because 27 survives it? Nah, he gets taken down.
Oh, and it's a mega kill for Anti as well, though. Good attempt right there. But what do we do? LCF, they are just leading so very high in front. But the two-man taunt comes in by Kimi right there, and Kyle finds Asuna in the middle of it. He has to back off. There comes the Hayabusa ultimate. Start TZY with the unstoppable as Saranmun finds another in the backside. Kylo being caught out very low. He had just activated his ultimate. Joseph, though, he is visible. Saranmun is there. He is visible, though. Is he gonna find it? Is he gonna find it? No, he has to back off to safety. Both these teams. Oh, is Joseph gonna be going back for that cutthroat? He did try to mark down the shadow, but Sarar smart enough to use the other direction. Good play by both of these assassins right there. But somehow, LCF, they are ahead in farm. They have the lead of 10 kills in their favor, and things are looking very dire for the side of TRT right now.
Exactly, 4,000 goal lead as well. If you look at it into the map, we can clearly see there's a difference. Not much difference because Tartarus really likes to equalize it, but you can clearly notice that the turret game, one down in the mid lane, one down in the bottom lane, that's 2 turret, and Hayabusa is going to be making sure that falls into 3. So all tier 1s will be falling down, and Tartarus will be falling into a little bit of a tight position where they need to make sure that the next move is obviously much more crucial. They need a crossbow of tank from 1-1 on specific targets. That is, of course, Stark TZ, but he'll most likely get for the Wind of Nature as soon as possible. Saranmun barely scraping that off, but oh, look at that.
Oh, on towards the backside. There comes the power of Dada. He is showing who's the boss on that lane, just bursting Joseph down right away, having the time of his life. And LCF, they are looking strong. There comes the recalls as well. They want to take this home once more. They want history to repeat itself. They are here to carry forward their legacy from the LAN event finals. And today, in the semifinals of the upper bracket of Mythic Showdown, they're looking strong. They're going to be taking down the Lord and end things for good.
And there's just no possible comeback for the hands of Tartarus to make sure of it. Because what can they really do? They need Kyle to trigger at least one crossbow of tank, but on who? He cannot do it on Kaja. He cannot do it on Esmeralda, who's a little bit too tanky, and Joseph will just get
look
bursted.
at the timing! Look at the timing. Rudius and Asuna with the play. Petrify and Kaja's judgment of Wrath. They're just perfectly well done by Elzir right there. No competition whatsoever for the Lord. Lord gonna be marching down the top side. Ray.
I am not really sure what Tartarus can do at this point because they don't have proper wave clear. 1-1 is not a wave clear at all. She's one of those marksmen that specializes in, of course, a team fight and, of course, taking down targets one by one. Her specialty, wave clear, absolutely not it. And look at the itemization. Hayabusa has a Blade of Despair, the expensive, one of the most expensive in the game. And also the Nathan with 3 items. The Fanny is just struggling. No energy, no purple, nothing. And right now, with the Lord marching down, just like you said, onto the top lane, it's going to be run down into a turret. I don't know what they can do, but AOG comes in. But of course, it's up to no avail. The pterodactyl going to be marching to the base. So let's see, Tartarus, can they respond here, Sarah?
Oh, look again, Kaja with the perfectly timed ultimate finds Fanny. And there goes Kadita in the ultimate just going in. They are getting to end this. Eden gets taken down right away in one knock-up. 4 members down. Only Kyle getting left out, and Kyle gets taken down as well. Lakshmi Chit Fund 3-1 semi-finals in their hands. They secure a spot in the grand finals versus Dakusena. This is LCF, everybody.
They do not stop, do they? Because host Easy, welcome back. It's been a great series. We did not get to see a fifth game, a little bit of a disappointment. But of course, LCF, Lentina, they're going to be happy. I can already see them in the chat. But overall, a very dominating game 20-4 under 11 minutes, a massive, staggering 7,000 goal lead. And Tartarus just did not stand a chance. Also, one question I have, their squad was meow like on the third game. How did it change to simp? Like, is that a new glitch? Like, I just noticed that because I'm a very observant person. It was meow, okay? I was not delusional. It was meow. How did it become simp? That is weird. But yeah, jokes aside, take it over, of course.
Okay, the infiltration of the territory has already been successful because LCF taking on the game number 4 for themselves, clinging the series with a 3-1 score, and they will be into the upper bracket not the semifinals, upper bracket
Finals, yeah.
finals, obviously against DS Dakusena. So guys, what you're waiting for? I mean, the game is on now for LCF. They will be finding their way to that, and Tartarus will be finding their way to playing against the OGIZN. So I mean, both the matches will be fire up tomorrow, today. Everything is just settled right now. But what I feel, the territory holder is no more the territory holder because they had got infiltrate 2 times Ray.
Dethroned.
So do you think, I mean, we're going to say it that they are the territory holder? I don't think so. But now we'll be taking a short break because game number 2 of tonight, which is the lower bracket semi-finals game, coming on soon. So new casters will be joining on to entertain you all, and the game will be on soon. So please be there. Stay tuned with us. Don't go anywhere. But for us, we'll be taking a sign off now. Me, host Easy, as well as caster Ray and caster Sarah will be
Goodbye.
signing off from Mythic Showdown. Thank you, guys.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे पॉपअप।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom.
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries, for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे पॉपअप।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे पॉपअप।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries, for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries, for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे पॉपअप।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे पॉपअप।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे पॉपअप।
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome back to the Mythic Showdown. And this is going to be the lower bracket semifinals. Yeah, it is the semifinals. It is going to be between Team Zohunt going up against Team Armageddon Esports. Zofate, after losing on the upper bracket, they are here on the onto the lower ones, and they have qualified from the quarterfinals apparently, and they have made it onto the semifinals. So goes for the side of team Armageddon Esports as well. These two teams, they have been quite familiar with each other onto the previous tournaments as well as onto the Mythic Showdown as well. But today, it is going to be a do or die situation for both of the sides. Whichever team who ends up losing the series will be eliminated from the brackets as well as from the Mythic Showdown. I'll be your host, Itami, and joining me on to the left, it is going to be Debbie, and on to my right, it is going to be none other than Asuya. So, Debbie, quick thoughts regarding this series. It is a best of five, so it will be taking some time. It is not a BO3.
Mhm.
There will be chances, but how well that both of the teams would be prepared for each other.
I really want to see, a best of five, right? 5 games, because both of the teams are actually very, very comfortable. Their hero pool are actually very similar into the jungle, especially. So we will really, I'm really excited to see what they are going to be bringing out onto the draft.
Yeah, definitely. And Asuya, what about you? Like, I guess we did casted Armageddon's match before and Zohunt as well. So you are familiar with the teams, and it is going to be like I already said, it is an elimination kind of a. So more like whichever team who will be who will be able to progress onto them, they will be progressing on further, and the other one will be eliminated. So I guess Zohunt as well as Armageddon, they should be prepared for each other. Asuya, are
Well,
you there? Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I am there. Well, of course,
Hmm.
both the teams are good, and I would say both the teams kind of match up against each other. But um, we do have a Dusty from the side of Zohant, and I always see him making some good plays because when the team is losing, either he's pushing or he just finds the flanks somehow. So I would say to Armageddon Esports that um, pay special attention to Dusty Mizo because he might be the one who changes the game for them.
Yeah, and Dusty, speaking of Dusty, right now it's not the assassin jungle kind of a meta. It is like it is versatile, I would say. And it actually favors Dusty Mizo because he's not that familiar with the assassins. I did watch his interview before. So according to him, your retribution as well as your map sense needs to be good in order to be a good jungler. Fast runs doesn't matter. That is what he actually lives up to. So yeah, by far, but still, even if you can't judge him because he is not that familiar with the assassins, I do see him onto the joy sometimes. So he can be going out with a joy, occasional pick, but it does work out for the side of Team Zohan. So he is quite comfortable with the fighter kind of a junglers as well as the utility junglers. So Debbie, you are familiar with Zohan's playstyle as well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right because he's more comfortable on the utility jungle and the fighters. But if we talk about the fighter jungles and the utility jungles too, we have Armageddon Esports, who is more affiliated with the utility jungles more than the assassins, and it has to be Josie we have to talk about it because they have kind of a similar hero pool as well, and they are more used to picking out those utility jungles, and the only assassin that he's used that I've seen him on has to be the Hayabusa, and that is a hero that Johan always bans away. So I think we might not be actually seeing an assassin this game again. But one thing's for sure is that it's going to be a little bit of a contest onto the Yisun Sin or the Fredin too, because they are so good onto these heroes most of the time. But even this is what their similarities are gonna be like. But the thing is, Johan is more onto a chaotic style of team fights where they usually go for a instinct kind of play. But for Armageddon, they are more relaxed, they are more chilled, and they are more disciplined in what kind of team fights they are gonna be getting. And they try to go all over trade all over the map most of the time. So I think it's gonna be a class of two different characteristics of teams. So I really have to say it's gonna be very amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Asuya, what about you?
Well, I completely agree with Debbie, especially that line which she mentioned, chaos versus discipline. And
Mhm.
that's the most interesting point here because what is better? And the entire universe was formed from chaos, but you really need
Yeah.
discipline to just let it go, let it
Mhm.
sustain. So, what gets the upper hand? It Let's just see what happens in this game. And I would like talking about Dusty, we already did, but then again, the goal lane too from both the sides, I would say they are pretty
Mm.
good. The follow ups are great, and I would say that only the two of them, the jungler and the goal from both the teams, they are the one who are making most of the difference. So, and we
Mhm.
all know that, especially just like a Zohunt. I have seen them play mostly late game kind of comps, if you would ask me. Like they really like picking up the YSS, they like picking up the Irithel. So heroes like this, and maybe Armageddon, maybe they have picked this up, and they might be thinking of countering this out with taking a highly early
Mhm.
game comp for themselves and just not giving Zohan the time they really need to, just farm up. So that could be one possible
Yeah.
method, or they might even go for uh, early to early or late to late, and that highly depends on what draft both the teams are planning for today.
Mm.
Yeah, I agree with most of the points as well. And talking of points, right now the Mythic Showdown, which is going on, the top two teams will be heading on onto the regional tournament. So there is not, it's just not the diamonds prize pool, which is going to be advantageous for the winner as well as for the runner up. But the top two teams, they will be having a slot onto the regional spot, so that means they will be competing with other teams outside of India. So that is a really good opportunity in terms of the Indian MOBA 5v5 scene. So hopefully whichever
Mm.
teams they will be coming up for the representative, they will be coming up as best as possible. And we like previously witnessed the upper bracket semifinals. It was between Team LCF and TRT. So it is Team LCF who have already made their spot onto the upper bracket finals with Dakusena. So whichever team who will be losing it out onto the upper bracket finals, they will be coming to the lower. But whichever team wins onto that game, they will be proceeding for the grand finals as well as they will be securing their spot onto the regional tournament. So the opportunities are definitely going to be there. And talking about Zohunt as well as Armageddon, when it comes to the upper brackets as well as the lower bracket format, mostly in terms of MLBB Pro scene, it is like I mostly like seen that it is the lower bracket teams who come up with a better strategy and they end up taking the grand finals as well. Surprisingly, it does happen. And
Mm.
one of the most recent tournaments that happened was the Mizolan, and that is kind of a thing that happened onto LCF and TRT situation as well. LCF went to the lower brackets and they came up from them and they end up winning the grand final. So we never know about that kind of a situation. But anyways, coming back to the point, this game is going to be a best of five series. So it is going to be quite long enough. The maximum
Mm.
matches is going to be 5 games as much as possible. So I guess for us, we definitely would like to see a clean sweep, or maybe there will be some competition coming up from both of the sides.
Yeah. It's gonna be big one competition if we talk about competition, because two different characteristics are gonna be playing against each other in the Land of Dawn, which is something we always really wanna witness. And when we talk about best of three series, it's more of a try hard kind of series because you really do not want to give out the advantage into the first game. You really want to take the game as far as possible. But if you go for the best of five series, it's like you really want to have that experienced player to go for the later game, because at one point into the first game, even if they throw out just a little bit, it's kind of a affiliation, like a first mid kind of thing into the first game, because they really read each other out. And from then on, the second game, the draft changes out, the picks changes out, and it comes down to target picks, it comes down to strategies, and it also comes down to comfort again. So yeah, the first game is definitely one of the most important important game in the best of 5 series. Of course, the final game has to be the one that's important, but for the first game, you kind of learn about the team that you are going against, about their rotation wise, about their hero pool, and how they're gonna be playing in the game. But the thing is, though, when you have so many strategies on your kit, you can hide this well and you can use your brain into the draft too. And this is where, best of 5 series comes in handy. And right now, both of these teams, Zohunt and Armageddon, they are having a lot of strategies. They have a lot of combination as well. So I think, you know, what we are going to be seeing is must be, it has to be one of the best game we are going to be seeing, especially into the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely. And talking of which, looks like there are some verification stuffs going around. So I guess it will be taking up some few more minutes in order to be proceeding with the matches. So I guess we will be taking a short break, but we will be back after it is resolved. So don't go anywhere to participate on most importantly, to participate onto the giveaway. Just use the hashtag Mythic Showdown and you might be randomly selected for the 10,000 diamonds giveaway in total. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we will be back.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone!
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold men.
So after the wait, here we are onto the banning phase between Team Armageddon Esports as well as Team Zohunt. So the banning phase is apparently over for the first phase. And with me, Debbie and Asuya are back as well. Debbie, quick thoughts regarding both of the bans from both of the sides.
Ah, man, Armageddon, they are banning out 3 jungles already. Fredrin, Baxia, and Yi Sun gone. Of course, you're gonna have to take away the Yi Sun under the hands of Dusty Mizo. And for Johan, they are always gonna be banning out the Uranus, the Hayabusa, and the Fursa, which is quite unlikely. But when they are under the red side, you really do not want to give away the Fursa. But Armageddon now, they do have a chance to pick out a first hero that they really want to go for, because they are so much better when they have a comfort hero into the goal lane. I think they should prioritize the goal laner. But then again, there are so many valid choices, big choices that they can go for into the first pick. Okay, there we go, the Lapu Lapu. What do you think about this, Asuya?
I would say Uranus as well as the Lapu Lapu, two of the constant bans in the EXP right now. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
expecting that to happen, and
Mm.
they can even go in for CC unless it gets banned,
Oh.
just to counter him out. I think it would be a great option, or a glue for the XP. But right now, Zohan does have two options, and a lot of lot of joking for Dusty. They really don't want him to grab onto that YSS off red, and this is what we were even talking about behind the scenes. But But we do see Hilda, that wild woman, into the draft. So Armageddon already knows that there will be a Hilda who's pretty insane in the early, so they might not go in for some kind of assassin comp, maybe an assassin jungler. But then you
Mhm.
really need some assassin to uh, cash down that Kimmy. So what will they
Yeah.
decide? What do you think?
Oh, looking at Team Zohunt's early response to picks, Hilda, she is a flex pick, I would say, but most of the times, I guess they are not able to execute it quite well with the Hilda because damage Hilda is also kind of an option. But Zohan, they don't adapt with the damage Hilda, which is understandable. Onto the roam, early game pokes will definitely be there if you have the Hilda for your side onto the roam position. But let's see whether she will be going on to the EXP lane instead. And looking at Team Armageddon Esports, the Kadita, Kadita
Yeah.
has been quite of a priority pick for either of the teams, like most of the teams actually onto the Mythic Showdown as well as onto the pro tournaments as well. After
Mhm.
the adjustments she got, like her skill casting has been quite faster than before, so it gives out a lot of advantage. And Armageddon Esports, definitely, like Debbie said, the hyper carry, or let's say the one who relies onto the damage, is Ito, and he has got one of his signature picks, the Granger, so they are giving him the space as well as his comfort. So let's see how well Team Armageddon are able to execute it.
Yeah, and the thing about the Kadita pick is Itami. I think he's like Asuya already mentioned, they're gonna be needing an assassinator for the side of Armageddon in order to take down the picks that's already been coming through from Johan, because they have the Kimi now. They're gonna be needing someone to dive through onto the backside so that they'll be able to catch the Kimi. And Armageddon doesn't really play the assassins that can dive into the very back. Most of the time, they play for the utility or the Suyo. Then I think that is also one of the reason why Ryota has to go for the Kadita, and it is also a very very solid choice because right now they do have the Lapu Lapu, which can be the deflector most of the time, the damage soaker, and the damage dealers on top of that, and he have a lot of sustain. So when you have the map prio, the XP lane prio, you're gonna be always having out the control into the mid lane, and you're gonna be needing that when you're playing a Kadita. So I think it's a very very valid choice. But most of the time, the Kadita does come through onto the later part of the drafting phase. But now that it's too early, there's gonna be something that Zohan will have to answer it with, because Armageddon, they are the one actually banning away the Phobias when the Hilda is already there, which is likely to go into the hands of Win, which is the XP. And I think they are just giving a leeway for uh, trying to give a leeway for Lapu Lapu for Soltak Paul to have a better time into the lane, because they are drafting to look like they wanna win into the XP, which means that they wanna contest the first objective, that is the turtle, undoubtedly.
Yeah, and looks like Team Armageddon as well as Zohunt, the bannings are already over, and they have an assassin kind of a lineup they might be actually trying to prioritize because the Phobius ban has been up. But okay, the Kung Fu Panda is, coming up from the
Oh,
side of Team Zohunt, and
oh,
it can be a Roma or maybe the jungler as well. Akai works the way. I like
mm,
Akai in terms of the objectives as well as those heavy spins. He can be the playmaker for the side of your team as well.
Well, you like a guy because of that reason, and I love a guy because he's a panda. And of course, pandas are really, really cute. Yeah, they are kawaii. Never mind that. But we are in the second phase of the draft. Armageddon Esports need to pick up an assassin. And just like Debbie mentioned, banning out the phobias, a lot of options because he is a great EXP, a lot of sustain. But the CC? Okay, okay, it is
oh,
an export.
Uh,
Export.
uh,
I think he's a great option here simply
yeah,
because there is an Akai as well as the Hilda, two really tanky picks. And I'm not a big fan of Hylos. I will say this for the
yeah,
sixth or seventh time in the game. I mean, he has a
mm,
really great presence in the early, but after the nerf onto the revitalize, I think the sustainability has gone down quite a lot. And then once
yeah,
again, when he goes to the front, just like a punching bag. He's like, come and hit me, come and hit me. And yeah,
No.
that's all he does. Because like there's so much mobility in the hands of the Harith as well as the Kimi right now. Like even if he wants to stun them, I don't think so it will be possible towards the late where they will be really, really behind and they'll be making sure that they don't come into their hands. But the final piece already up, and it will be a Valentina. She has a lot of options here, like four ults, five ults, I would say, and they're highly, it will depend that what she wanna take away. What do you think?
I think it's kind of a signature pick for Johan, right? Because they give away the Xbox most of the time so that family problem can go for the Valentina. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But in this scenario, like you mentioned, Asuya, it's he have a lot of choices of ultimates to go for because even the Lapu Lapu give all the skills and ultimate wise
Yep.
again, and that's also gonna there's also the horse, the glorious pathway is gonna be there, and of course the last insanity which he usually almost always takes it just for the execution. And now I really think that the Valentina room can actually work well because they have the Akai for the front line.
Definitely. And this is going to be the game number one of the lower bracket semifinals, quarterfinals actually. And it is Team Zohunt going up against Team Armageddon Esports. So here we are, onto the land of dawn. Debbie and Asuya, take it away.
Thank you, Tami. We will be coming back to you as soon as possible. And with this, although I'm seeing some new name, that's Dusty. He's changed his name, right?
Yeah, it's like it's so depressing, man. Changing your name to the loser has to fall. I think it has something to do with the land event that they lost, but never mind that because I think they are thirsty for a comeback in the Mythic Showdown right now. A lot of reason given away, but win.
Already going in, diving in, and this is the problem with the Hilda. A lot of damage. The Raga armor already taken away, the revitalize from the high loss, but it is still not enough. Bombardment from two people, just one hit away, and Valentina will be grabbing onto that first kill, and I don't think so that Josie will be managing to grab onto the red. Manages to get it, but will not be managing to take his life remaining. And with this, two kills already in the hands of Team Zohunt, and no farm for the export. And this is what I say, like, in the
Mm.
early, he's kind of weak just because his armor is really easy to take down.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem here right now because Win is on. Oh, that's a lot. Oh my goodness, the flicker from from family problem right there was able to take Ryota down. Three that's already onto the side of Armageddon. This is not really a good start they want to go for because an Xbox you really want to have a great early game, but on top lane though that's a one ultimate being wasted, and this is definitely gonna be a sure turtle onto the hands of Joe. And I just realized the Hilda has been providing quite a lot of sustain, a lot of damage, and it's just the start because look at that.
They're still going in, the stuns, but Karita still level 3 cannot help out. Same goes for the export, really low HP, gets taken down by Fade and 3-member assault onto the jungle. Hilda still wants to go in for second kill as Fame will be the second one, will be taken down. Karita finally is level 4 but does not have the dash to go in now, cannot do anything. The stuns connecting with the Lapu, doing 1 versus 3. The rest of the team coming back, Ranger all the way from the bot lane, but the damage isn't enough for now. And with this they might be retreating, but Zohunt on the lead. 5 kills under the hands, and Aura farming in the bot lane, taking away all the gold he can when Granger is away.
Yeah, man, that's an aura right there. He's just trying to get for the, later part of this game where he's gonna be necessarily the main damage source. But right now, it has to be into the hands of Win and for you. Oh, okay, for you. That's a kind of a sick name from Family Problem. But look at that heavy spin.
Once again, the heavy spin coming in, and Fame will not be sustaining this. Once again, they have to go late. How is Armageddon Esports supposed to come back from this? Because I do see Win going in once again. Ryota is also there, 3 for 3. They did provide the vision, but here comes the Karita. Misses on the Petrify, but manages to get. He just gets killed. Win still has the shield. And just look at the Valentina, the way she's diving in so deep. Might look for another exchange. The early game comp coming from side of Team Zohan working really well for them.
Oh my goodness, this is such a An overwhelming game for Armageddon here. They do not really have a spacing into their own jungle because Win is always there. Look at that.
Then Lapu Lapu goes in once again, Panda all the way from the top lane, but they might see Win go down in this exchange. Finally, one kill for Zoshi, and two men knock up from the Karita, but the damage is still insane, does not manage to connect onto anyone, and Zohan still forcing it through. Armageddon Esports forced to recall, and it will be an easy turtle for Zohan.
Again, the second turtle will be definitely easy, and this is gonna be giving Dusty the level lead that he required onto this Panda right now. And I don't think there's any way for Joji to even try to contest it because it's gonna be instead losing out onto the small jungle creep as well. So that's a lot of pressure coming out from Johan, and it is what they want to do with this kind of build this kind of strategies that they are coming out with, this kind of draft. Now that they are marching onto the bot lane, there's something Ito got to do, man. At this point, 3 firm members down onto the bottom lane, and they're trying to focus on this turret. Look at that.
Okay, the stun connecting, but heavy spin comes up right there. The waves not managing to dish any damage right there, but the Hylos trying to just initiate, but it isn't enough. And Zohan backing off for now. But that was a pretty good rotations coming from both the sides. They have kind of grasped, I would say. But then Win, they don't even need Win. He's just split pushing there. Oh my god, this guy on the Hilda is doing an amazing job, I would say. They do have the lead for now. The next turtle might be up soon, but Granger is not.
Ito?
Okay, he's just trying to dash it away. Valentina tries to do something. Not one hit away. It will not be going down though. Lapu Lapu all the way from the top lane, providing that help. Another kill for the side of Team Armageddon. But Ryota might be in some issue right there. He's getting bobbed down just by the Kimi turret all the way from the bot lane. The ultimate used just for an escape. A waste right before the turtle spawns.
Yeah, this is a bad case scenario for the side of Armageddon here. They are looking for a kind of competition where you want to have that mid prio, but look at that dive though.
Oh, two men connecting right there. They're still trying to sustain the revitalize, barely surviving. Fame gets taken down. The last insanity gets taken down, and with this aura will be not being in the map anymore. But Granger will be the next one in the chopping block as Win takes that kill away. Josie is the only one remaining, and with this Faden takes down the Lapu Lapu. A very good initiation coming from the side of Team Zohan, especially the Kimi with her ultimate taking. But Win still farming, still there in the bush, wants to do something, but no support, so he just gets back for now.
All gains for the side of Johan right now because they are just too highly pressurized onto the kill. Oh, another one though. That has to be the rough wave used for survivability, but not for long, maybe.
Another, but Josie grabs onto that retribution. Even the heavy spin couldn't save it. That was a great game coming from inside, but the flicker being used up by the Valentina, and Ryota will not be surviving. Uses up that ultimate just to escape away, and behind the scenes, Lapu Lapu trying to do something, but it will not be enough, and Faden will be grabbing onto that kill. And with this, once again, Zohunt onto the lead, even though did not manage to grab onto the turtle, but Win once again split pushing in the top lane. He's doing an amazing job, and the way Zohunt aggression, they might even go in for the blue once again.
Yeah, that's gonna be a high pressure coming out from Armageddon most of the time. This has been what they are always doing. And looking at the build so far, Sky Piercer already under the hands of Ito right there. This is one of the most important, most important stuff that he have to. But look at that though, mid lane focus again by the side of Johan. They might eventually take it down.
Wood engages once again right there, and really low. Finally, Ryota managing to grab onto the Valentina. They will be retreating for now. Faden in a really low HP needs to back off. No damage dealers, so this might be the option for Armageddon to push through. And the lockup gets connected. The lost insanity and Oro will not be surviving to see the day, but Ryota gets exchanged by Win, dishing an amazing amount of damage, but he might be in tight situation. Grabs that shield, but it is not enough for the sustain. And with this, Armageddon Esports, who was in the back, suddenly has the lead, opening up the map for themselves, taking away the first tier from the mid lane.
Yeah, looking at the XP and the goal lead here so far, it's all Johan, but right now a little bit of comeback. We can see from Armageddon right there, they are forcing up on top lane, and it's gonna be a successful security onto this turret right now. And one thing that was actually funny is that it was actually Johan who was trying to take down the mid lane turret first, but it's actually Armageddon, and with the response so fast, with the presence of the Lapu Lapu, they were able to take it well. So I think this is one of the biggest comeback that they could really have, because right now Ito is kind of scaling up. Even though there's a lot of kills out there into the hands of Johan, it is just one that's onto Ito, and he is the main source of damage that they are looking for Armageddon. But then again, you're gonna have to try to do that stuff a little bit more so that it'll be able to have a time. But oh, damage though.
Oh, the Petrify being used up, barely managing to survive with the passive and the dash. That was a great opportunity, but then again, she needs to recall, and Zohan does have the upper hand if they manage to grab onto the turtle. Win once again, doing the zoning. Same goes for the Valentina. A lot of utility, a lot of damage onto her hand, but Josie just might go in with the last insanity. He does have the option, but two men connect from the ult from Kimi. The Zaman Force also being used up, and Fame will be getting melted down. Same goes for the Lapu Lapu. Aura will be getting exchanged, and Nito grabs onto the kill on to win. The Sky Piercer, but a triple kill for the Kimi gets shut down by Ito. Amazing job from their side. Two members remaining from both the sides, but the jungler is still in the hands of Team Armageddon. And we do see the Valentina in a great position. She is trying to take down Josie, so maybe just backing off for now can be a great option, clearing up the lanes and waiting up for your team, because they have the key members, but they did not know, they did not have that vision. And Valentina goes in with the flicker to dash away, one skill hit away, and Ito will be falling in that exchange. A very bad exchange for them. And finally, the last insanity from Valentina, a double kill for her, taking the entire side, 180-degree for him. But of course, the rest of the team is back, and Valentina will be exchanged. But finally, Zohan manages to grab onto the Lord.
Yeah, that was a very, very chaotic and a long team fight right there, and I think it was actually good for you to trade his life for 2 kills as well as the Lord, which is a very, very great objective that they wanna go for. And I feel like Armageddon weren't aware that a Valentina, a very, very squishy mate who is also happening to be into the ruin position, will be right there. And I don't blame Josie for that, because that was such a very unpredictable one. But heavy spin mid lane.
Fame getting disconnected, manages to run away with the ramp walk, and the revitalize saves his day for now. But Win is always behind him, trying to just take him down. The blue taken by Zoshi, but the mid lane will not be surviving. Faden gets the first tier from the mid, might even go grab the second tier as the Lord is also marching down from the top lane. Win absolutely being a problem onto that Hilda. Even though the late game is approaching, he's still working it out. But the Petrify connects on the two people, but the ultimate is in a very bad state. Lapu Lapu goes in as the knockup connects, but the Kimi will be just dashing it all away. They're still brawling it out, or are trying to dish out some damage with the heavy spin also connecting, and Lapu Lapu as well as the Fame will be getting taken down in that exchange. Two men disconnect, two men taken away, and with the Zohunt on the lead.
Oh my god, that was such a lot of gain that Johan have right now with just one lot that they have. It's definitely going to be something good for now, because Armageddon, they do have a space. They do not have the spacings to give Ito a farm, but oh, that's a rough wave. Wasted again. Ryota hasn't been able to find the perfect execution, because most of the time it's so. Oh, look at that, the Force.
Two dashes. The aura will be just going back for now. Another waste as Josie used up the last insanity, and another tier 2 taken away from the bot lane. Zohan doing an incredible job. And I would say Karita needs to watch out for her ult. She needs to assassinate the Valentina or Kimi.
Yeah, the problem is that actually Johan does have 3 kind of hero that can choose which spell they will be willing to go for. And when you bring in a Purify against the Kadita is going to be definitely suffering, trying to take you down. But when you have the Purify, it's definitely not going to be the best case scenario for now. And we can see it's so palpable here when the Kadita is picked away by Ryota. He hasn't been able to find the perfect execution and the perfect boost where he can try to camp for it. Even if he was successful on any kind of camps that he wanna do, it's actually gonna be hard, because 3 of the members of the side of Johan are actually on the Purify, and it's definitely something that they have to focus on as well. But looking at the build so far, Holy Crystal already onto the hands of Fade and Kimi with the Divine Glaive as well, so the front line is definitely gonna be hurting Soldak Ball. With that most of a sustain that he already have, might eventually be able to sustain quite a lot, but they are gonna be needing a little bit more, because he has been doing so well.
The actually it's very interesting to see that the blade armor he's already building out as well as the radiant armor. But I feel like the main damage sources are there, but maybe Win is trying to look for something here.
Oh, the ultimate from Kimi connects, and Fame will already be melted down in that team fight. No chance for the Lord. Lapu Lapu trying to sustain in the front, but Valentina coming in with a
Ooh.
lost insanity. Faden gets that kill onto Lapu Lapu. No front lane for them. Josie has the immortality, but it gets popped down by just one hit from the Harris. That's the amount of damage Aura has right now. And three members, they need to back up for now. Give over the Lord, and defense is the best offense for them.
Yeah. I mean, it's still gonna be hard at this point because even if they're gonna be trying to skill up for the late game, it's definitely gonna be hard because Win at this point is so farm up. He's building out onto those defensive items as well, but he does got the Fury Hammer, which is definitely such a good sign for a heal that you can just bonk into the backline 3 times or they're gonna be dead. And it just puts a lot of work into the shoulders of Mr. Fame here. He isn't able to try to make a sense. He's just self-peeling. Maybe and Win might be in trouble though.
But just to back up for now, and he's still doing a good. But Ryota gets his passive popped up, uses up that first kill in the wrong direction, uses up the ultimate to just move away. The heavy spin also being used up. 2 hours wasted right there. Ryota needs to watch out and needs to stop wasting his ultimate. And with this, the lanes are perfectly synced. The Lord is also marching down from the top lane, and this might even be the final march. Valentina, just look at her, the way she's just going in, the confidence. She knows she has the damage,
Yeah.
she knows she has the support. But yes, the Lord marching down once again, but Riota Tech's taken down high. The duo, they're doing an amazing job, but the top lane getting bombarded once again. Hylos is using the ultimate in the opposite direction. The heal isn't enough, and the Lapu Lapu going in, but it will be a very bad decision as he gets taken down by the damage coming in from Aura, but the
Ooh.
flicker coming in from the Valentina, a very good kill, but will be paying for it as he will be taken down. But then again, the rest of the team is getting melted down pretty easily. The base has been locked onto, and
Oh.
with this, Zohunt will be grabbing on to the first victory in this best of five.
That was such a good damage coming out from the Kimi Faden right there, already full build, and he was able to take Ryota down so very early. In fact, he take him down just before he was gonna be falling down. But unfortunately for Armageddon, their style, their gameplay didn't match up what Johan were bringing out onto the table. There's no way they're able to sustain the damage coming out from Win since the early game. The few 4 or 5 minutes weren't the best game for Josie. What do you think, Itami?
Oh my God. Valentina pick right now was a Rome Valentina apparently, and it was kind of a pocket pick, but early game control was definitely for the side of Team Zohan thanks to that Valentina, as well as Win rotating so much, as well as the Hilda engaging so much onto the early game team fight decision. And when the game was progressing onto the mid side, it was looking like Armageddon Esports might be able to comeback. It was, looking quite dicey for the side of Team Zohunt as well. But, I would say for this game, it was Team Zohunt who had the better discipline and they were able to somehow manage it out. And, the Valentina pick, it actually worked out wonders. We were expecting fade in onto that Valentina, but considering
Mm.
the fact that Kimi was already picked out, it was actually family problem going out with it. And it actually worked out well, because Team Armageddon Esports, they had a lot of playmaker kind of ultimates for their side. And the Valentina with the IMU, she had a lot of versatility into this match, and it worked out well.
Yep. I think it's just, what they usually go for Johan. It's kind of their signature to go for family problems hero, which is weird to say it's the Valentina because he used to be a mid player, no? So I think it's very understandable that they will go for the Valentina room, but it always almost only works when it is when they have a what was that? They when they have a utility into the jungle, right, Asuya?
Well, yes, definitely. But then again, I think Hilda, usually just like we were saying before the game, that Zohan loves to pick late game heroes. But since
Mm,
everything was banned, Vices was banned, so they just said, fuck it. We'll go for early and we'll show you how to dominate the game. And that's what they did.
yeah.
Hilda That's amazing. Valentina's follow ups, her presence of mind, the way she flickers on to getting those kills, and she even knew which ultimate to take. Like when she wants to escape, she just uses up Kadita's ultimate. When she wants to dish out a damage, she just takes up the last insanity. That's how good
Mm,
Valentina did. And of course, we all know Kimmy, how annoying, how aggressive she can be in the early. Just charge up that passive, and you will be melting the mid laner. You will be melting everyone down. And that trio, the combo just made it for the gold laner. He had the farm, the jungler had the farm. So yeah, they couldn't do anything. The Hilda was such a wall, they couldn't pass. And even if they
yeah,
did, the heavy spin came in.
Yeah, definitely. And Dusty, like we said, he likes going out with the utility jungler. And yeah, in my observation, it was Dusty Mizo who had an even though the true damage from the Xbox was spiking up, like when the game was progressing, but the fact
mm,
that they were able to hold it out worked out for them, and the heavy spin combo was was connecting on to that as well. So they had the Valentina for the side in terms of the initiations too, as well as win. He was contributing a lot, just not just going on onto the XP onto his lane, clearing it out, but he was engaging onto those team fights. So their pick was balanced in my opinion. The Valentina came out as a
yeah.
pocket, but we are here on to the game number two. This time it will be team Zohunt. Yeah, Zohunt has the first point. So Armageddon Esports, they will be trying to bounce back onto this best of five series.
Yep, and Itami, you know what I think? I think for Armageddon, they should give Soltapol one of his comfort heroes because he plays so well onto the CC most of the time. And when they get the utility into the jungle, onto the hands of Josie, of course, they really worked well. Maybe, they could just jump around to that pass, but we'll never know because it's always coming down to what kind of draft the opponent is going for. And this time around, Johan always almost sticking with the Hayabusa ban because from what I've heard, they don't really want to give a Faden a bad time because they don't play the Hayabusa and they do not want to give it away. Very understandable and very good at this point. But at Megaton, they always have to take away the hero that can be a good pick for Dusty here. But then again, if you are trying to ban out the utilities, you are also choking yourself down because even Zosie is one of those player who is more comfortable on the utility, and when you choke down those utilities just trying to focus on to Dusty Mizo, you're also choking down your own jungle. So I think at this point they have to be a little bit considerate for Josie too because I don't want to see him suffering again.
And Zohunt, one thing onto my observation. They mostly ban out the Hayabusa. I guess Debbie has already interviewed Johan, so she knows the reason as well. So do I, because Faden, he doesn't like going up against a Hayabusa. He has some problems against that hero, and Zohan, they are just perma banning the Hayabusa. Armageddon Esports, they do actually pick out the Hayabusa onto the jungle position as well, which is understandable. And
Yeah.
YSS as well as Uranus is opened out this time, so maybe Team Zohan, they will be trying to prioritize a first pick Uranus.
Mm.
Well, I would say go for it. Why not? Yes,
Oh,
they will go for it. Of course they will. And
Yeah.
we already know that Dill, who doesn't love Uranus? I really love this pinball machine. I really love his lucky box skin. It's so
Yeah,
pretty.
yeah, that
I
one.
love.
Yeah.
I purple the purple color. Never
Oh,
mind that. But yeah, the first pick, Uranus has been taken away. Now Armageddon, they have a very heavy decision onto their hands. Which they go for?
mm,
Should they go for a carry, who can be the viable option to just cut that healing or melt this guy down? Or then, even if they go for her, she will be really, really, very
yeah.
susceptible because of this small range she has. So, will they go for a Harriet or will they go for a carry? Okay, they just go for a Granger.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would say, I would say it will be hard, but with the Granger it will be hard.
I think, at this point, like we have mentioned already, best of five series, you really want to see how your opponent is gonna look like into the first game. And now that Armageddon know how Zohan is definitely gonna be playing, they are just trying to stick to their own comfort, because Gatot Kaca is definitely a comfort hero for Fame. And of course, we cannot forget Granger is one of the best hero into the hands of Ito here too. So I think they do not really want to go and watch out what the opponent is going to be drafting. They are more focusing on what they can draft for themselves. Sometimes you really want to do that when you are suffering, and if you want to have the higher chance to try to counter the opponents, you really want to go for your own comfortable place, and this is what Armageddon are going for. And even Johan trying to mirroring the same hero that Armageddon had picked off, the Kadita into the hands of Faden again, and then it's gonna be the Moskav, one of the best comfort hero for the hands of Prime. And he's really gonna go for it, which is understandable here, but they're not prioritizing the jungle here this time around. So okay, wow, man, Armageddon, they're going for the CC here, Itami.
Yeah, CC pick against a Uranus,
Yeah.
it can be onto the laning. Actually, Uranus will be having the heal advantage because like how much the damage will be sustained, he will be just able to sync it up with the healings he gets. So CC one advantage she can have is her clearance is quite okayish, like it is quite fast, so she can be more engaging onto those guys. And this time, looks like the Kung Fu Panda will be banned out from Armageddon Esports, and they are not going out for the Akai. But still, Dusty Mizo onto the utility as well as onto the fighter junglers. His hero pool is quite vast, so he can be going it out with anything okay or Novaria ban. That was not something actually I was expecting because yeah, Novaria against squishies can work out in order to just give out the visions as well. Armageddon Esports, they are going it out with the jungler bans apparently, and Zohunt they are responding it out with the mid lane bans. That is understandable because both of these positions are still open, and Ryota as well as Dusty Mizo, they would have been actually be able to prioritize their heroes, but for this game it is banned out.
Oh, so many bans on the jungle. It's like they fear Dusty at this point. They don't want him to pick up anything at this point. But Suyo is always an option, and he can. There's so many jungle options, so he can pick up anything for now. But yeah, that just shows how much I would say weight Dusty holds in Zohan, and of course, Karita. So once again, we will be seeing, a swap of the mage. And I would say a lot of purifies will be coming in from side of Team Armageddon Esports. So I really want to see how Zohant is able to maneuver this hero, even though they have the purify. Will she be able to make it? Will she be able to change the game with a CC? But yeah, talking about CC, we have CC from the side of Team Armageddon, which is always a great option against the Uranus. But then he will still be healing, I would say. Not, completely immortal. This guy will be really hard to be taken down. But yeah, I just said Suyo, and Armageddon goes for the Suyo. So what
Yeah.
is the one gonna pick now? They do have the option for a Lucas or even an Alpha. Hmm. And
Oh,
but then again, they really need an assassin who takes down the Granger because he does have a range. But
what?
okay,
Oh,
what
Uranus jungle!
is
Oh
it?
Uranus,
Oh,
no! What?
Uranus
What?
jungle!
okay.
Oh my
This
Okay,
is
okay.
really new. Once again, we will be seeing Win on the Hilda, so
Tushin
she will be an
Room.
absolute
Oh,
menace. Oh my god,
wow.
this is really gonna be really exciting. What do you guys think?
Definitely, man,
Oh,
because Kadita
uh,
room, right? It's gonna be a lot of pressure for Josie again. My boy is not gonna be having a greatest time here. Because the Suyo with the chainsaw onto the defense onto that magic damage, he's more likely to get taken down by magic damage dealing heroes, and they have two here onto the side of Johan. And one thing that's for
oh
sure,
my
hey,
God.
we're seeing a mini Asuna here. Ryota onto the Chang'e against the Uranus jungle. But how will he survive? Because
Um,
there is always a Hilda with a hammer.
Zohunt, they could actually go out with an Angela mid lane at this point, but Joshin, it is understandable. They can actually work it out against the Gatot Kacha. They will be needing that burst as well from the Karita. But maybe the Angela would have been giving the Uranus some more
Mm.
sustainability when it is onto the jungle. But Uranus jungle, I guess it was onto the MS wildcard. We recently saw it from didn't work out. So the question is, will Zohan be able to break that curse? Will they be able to win it out with a Uranus jungle position? Will be the question.
Hmm.
Uranus jungle, a lot of very, very strong early from the side of Team Zohan Itami, and Q will be coming back as soon as possible. I know he had to send us away, but it's okay. I'll be
Yeah.
taking it up. So
Let's go.
this is game two, ladies and gentlemen, between Zohant and Team Armageddon, and Zohant has 1 point to themselves, even though it's chose one for the side of Team Armageddon. Um, but yeah,
Yeah.
a really heavy early for the side of Team Zohan. They will definitely be invading, and we can already see that happening. Same as well as Josie, but they still managed to get that blue win, being an absolute problem for them. It's like the last time, and like we have two mages, so is it a Karita Rome? Yeah, she is the Rome. She's
Yeah.
doing an amazing job. Uses up the first skill, but of course, this mage or Zushin, Ray will be really happy. But yeah, she's really great right from the early. A lot of CC into her hands.
One thing I'm actually worried about the picks from the Changi pick coming out from Ryota here is that they are gonna be absolutely requiring a little bit of a crowd control into the mid lane because you
Mm-hmm.
can't really depend highly onto the AOZ only. So it's kind of it's gonna be a weird interaction we're gonna be seeing here right now. But then again, five jungle bans from Armageddon just forcing
Oh,
Uranus. But oh.
okay. Aura just manages to back off. E2, that was a perfect bait, I would say. And yes, I'm, kind of really curious about that Changi pick because once Uranus gets that defense, the magic defense as well as the. I mean, I think he will be just sustaining all the ultimates she throws at him by himself.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be it because Nguyen right now is just trying to deal a lot of damage into the mid lane here. Whether you may be a tank or not, he just doesn't care. But this time around, Armageddon are actually sticking to their kind of comforts that they wanna really, really focus on. But backline,
Fame gets airborne really low. The revitalize being used up. Try to just heal up Ryota, but the fish kill will be giving away a double kill for you. He's doing an amazing job. That was a great CC, and of course, win the way. Okay, the ultimate used up from the Zushin already level 4 takes down Ryota, but for you in a really tight situation, Faden gets taken away. A CC comes back right on point, takes that kill, but of course Uranus will be grabbing onto that turtle. He's kind of immortal, will not be taken down easily. So I would say that was a great exchange, taking down everyone except the Uranus.
two Fury hammers into the hands of Armageddon. They really want to go for the damage, and especially the CC here. He just want to go all over the map, and I think this is one of the most comfortable hero for Saltakpol as well. So with a lot of heavy HPs coming out from the side of Johan, he might eventually be able to do well because he's already got 2 kills onto his hands. But there might be a little bit of skirmishes onto the mid side. Nothing much, nothing too big. But then again, it's gonna be Win rotating much better because he does have a better clearance in comparison to the CC2, and this is definitely not gonna be a good scenario for Armageddon as well. But it looks like the top lane is actually winning out. But then again, with the turtle already secured by Dusty there, I think Aura is gonna be having a good
Oh,
farm. But with
the
lane,
Dawn. The Dawn connects. 3-man knockout, but Faden will be just getting melted down right there. It's a great exchange
oh,
coming from their side. Meanwhile, they're still maybe looking for some exchanges in top lane because Moskov is there. Fame providing some vision. 4 men right on the top. He might look to drain down all the HP, and the AOTT dropping down. The zoning is really, really hard. Karita might go in, uses up that ultimate, connects to no one. The SOD also comes in, but I don't think so. It's a wise move for the Moskov to go in with that. A complete rampage in the top lane, and Uranus also comes in all the way from the back lane, catches the Chonky, but the airborne coming in, the revitalize being used up, the ultimate
mm,
from Faden still tries to do something, tries to provide from CC. Meanwhile, behind the scene,
oh,
Fame still sustaining quite a lot, but will be taken down by the Moscow. A 1 for a 2 trade right there for them.
Yeah, that's just so not worth it for Armageddon, man. They really did have to force onto this one turret because they do think that they'll be able to take it easily. But one rough wave comes in and the whole minion wave was taken away. So it did take out a lot of time for them to try to take down that one turret. And on top of that, losing two members already. And worst case scenario, though, they did give away a kill onto the jungle, especially. But Faden, very aggressive.
Oh, they're still going in. The rough waves coming in, and CC will be taken down. Ryota's ultimate does not connect in line. The AOTG with the flicker being used up by Faden, and he barely manages to survive that. But then the CC is coming in once again. Josie in a tight situation. The damage from Uranus, the stacks are building up. Faden in a really low HP, and it's Fame who's trying to go back. Still survives in 1 HP, and all the way from the top lane, it is Aura coming back. But Uranus being an absolute menace, grabbing onto that kill. The support coming in from them is also pretty good. Faden in really low HP may, should go back, I
Eh?
would say. But I do see Josie. He might, okay, he's trying for it, but it will not be enough because the entire team is right there for him. Uranus still sustaining. Ryota doesn't have enough damage for now, but yeah, CC trying to do something right there, but of course, two heavy tanks cannot melt down unless they get something. But in the top lane, we do see Karita trying to take down Ryota, the Purify, being used up by her. So yeah, that was a great escape coming from her side. And with this, they're still just looking for the exchanges. Meanwhile, in the top lane, just look at Aura. Two turrets down from his hands.
Yeah, two turrets down, and this is what a Moskov does to you and does to this kind of combination. There's no way they're gonna be able to respond to this Moskov because they do not have the long lanes ability. But oh, SOD onto the bot lane.
They won't be following up with this. Zohunt once again on the rampage has the kill advantage, has the macro advantage, but the flicker, the ultimate being used up with two-man beautiful ult coming in from for you. The combo from both these people just taking away the squishies. Ryota not getting a breather. The purify on cooldown, so she couldn't even escape what was coming for her. But meanwhile, I do see the Karot cards are in really low HP, gets taken down by Wind, and with this once again, Sam skirmish near the blue. Josie manages to grab onto it. Win still in the front line, providing a lot of vision. They really need to be careful of Faden. He's doing an amazing job along with For You. But Josie goes in, does not connect. For You just dodges it away. Ryota trying to clear up those lanes with the ultimate two-man knockup coming in. The vengeance being popped up by the CC. Manages to go away as Faden is the one who's just being an absolute menace. Meanwhile, really low HP onto Zosie, manages to flicker away, but the SOD connects and Aura goes in, grabs that kill. Oh my god, that was great aim from Aura. And with this win still there, providing vision, and they're still melting down, even though it is a Garo Kacha Ryota. The only option he has for now is to clear up those lanes with his ultimate, but they're still going in. CC goes in, gets CC'd, AOG getting dodged away by everyone. And with this, they're still going in behind the scenes. Just one hit away. Josie in a really low HP. Fame trying to provide some heal with the revitalize. Ryota's damage from the ultimate isn't enough either. Josie dashes back away, and the third turtle, it's easy once again in the hands of Team Zohunt.
Yeah, that was a long team fight right there. So yeah, and yeah, that's definitely the gain for the side of Armageddon. Not Armageddon, Johan again, because this Uranus cannot die at this point. There's no way Armageddon will be able to take him down. The only way that I can see him falling down is Eve. Oh, okay, top lane 1v1.
It wouldn't continue, I would know. Aura will be taken down, but the rest of the team is also following up. Josie in a critical position uses up the blink, but it is not enough as he will be sandwiched between three people. Meanwhile, look at Dusty all alone taking the damage from three people near the blue. Ryota uses up the ultimate just to clear up the minions. CC trying to dish out some damage, but of course, Uranus, you are not being able to take him down at all. He's still standing tall. Faden coming away all the way. The rest of the team also manages to come in for the support, and Aura takes down the top lane turret, the final second turret, which he was eyeing for since so long. That's how much time a Uranus buys you.
And they are playing so well with the Uranus jungle for Johan, and I don't think Armageddon is able to respond to all of this because even if they try to send Josie up on top and try to respond to the speed push coming in from Aura there, he wasn't able to do so because there's so many fast movement coming up from the side of Johan. They have a speedy Hilda too, and it's always gonna be the SOD which is always gonna be reaching you on time. But bot lane,
Two-man knockup. The Revitalize barely manages to make Fame survive, but Uranus all the way into the back lane gets stunned away. But Ryota will not be seeing the light of the day, as he will be get taken down between four members. He has no escape. That's how. But we do see the concealed gameplay coming in, and CC does not connect. The knockup does not connect. But yeah, Faden grabs on to Ito. A lot of damage from the side, uses up the ultimate just to escape away. Fame trying to taunt people, but the petrify combo onto two people, and Ito will be getting taken down by the Karita. You need to make sure you're safe away in some safe distance, because this is what will be happening. And a double kill for her. CC will also be get taken down, not seeing the light of the day. The AOG just used up as a defensive maneuver to back off by the Garotkacha, and with this, Zohan still pushing, trying to take away the first inhibitor. The stun connects, but the Uranus will not be falling. Fame, taking a lot of damage, gets knocked up and tries to take the last hit on to win, but it will not be possible, as Aura will be trading it off with the kill, with the damage, with the piercing, with the passive.
That's a lot of damage given away into the hands of a Johan again, and they were able to survive for so long that I was actually worried that Armageddon does not really have enough damage. And of course, with Ito being dead two times already with the Purify 2, he wasn't able to escape from any kind of onslaught coming out from the Kadita too. Now that he got the Malefic Roar, maybe that's definitely gonna be something that he wanna do against, but still it's gonna be hard because the gold is too massive into the hands of Johan. 9k already, and most of them is taken away by Aura here onto the Moskov, and he'll be able to do a lot more if he have a lot of equipments right now. But yeah, the thing is, Armageddon does not really have the mid pressure which the Changi does not provide, because he really doesn't have the damage. The cooldown is definitely gonna be there. Even if you have a full item, the damage is actually gonna be slower than you imagine onto any other mazes, and especially the two mazes that Johan already picked away. So I think it was kind of wait them for them to go for the Chang'e, and I think the clearance is gonna be good. But when the minions are sinking in and the Lord is marching down, you just have to decide which is your focus is gonna be. But maybe the Lord already very healthy marching in. Look at that.
Definitely the knock up and the petrify, but he manages to just dash it away. But Ryota using up the ultimate just to clear up the minions, but the damage from the aura is a lot, and they are taking a lot of damage. The AOTG connecting, but it does just have a lot of immune, just dashes it away. The base is HP barely surviving, but same goes for Faden. Goes in, tries to pick someone up, but it will not be enough as just one hit from the minion. And the second game in the hands of Team Zohunt, a 2-0.
Yeah, but a very, very dominating game coming out from the side of Johan with this kind of picks that they went for, and it really, really worked well. The Uranus jungle, which is what you do not usually see into the hands of Dusty, but yeah, you're gonna be getting this when you ban away 5 of his heroes into the jungle, and Armageddon they took away one at that too. But we'll never know what's gonna be happening because we have one more game going on. But then again, Itami, what do you have to say about this game?
Man, Uranus curses. That's all I'm gonna say for now. And yeah, the Uranus, it was quite unexpected, but once again, it was family problem actually going out with the Mage Roma, and it worked out
Yeah.
wonders. Like they had the early game control, and I was not actually expecting Jushin to quite go really good onto that lineup, but thanks to the utility jungler team Zohunt had, they got the early game advantage quite as much as possible. And thanks to that, they had the goal lead as well as the objectives were getting secured quite easily. And onto the goal lane, Moskov against a Granger. Granger, if he's not able to scale up with a goal lead, if the team is not giving out the support that the Granger needs, then he gets out farmed quite easily because Moskov has a faster lane clearance than that Granger. And from Aura, he was just he was just using the AOD as soon as it connected, like as soon as he had the space, he just went in and he tried to initiate as much as possible, and the damage was scaling up. Zohunt, they executed it quite up to the point that they were not extending it up to the late game. If it actually went out onto the late and Armageddon were able to hold it out somehow, then maybe they would have had some kind of a chance. But the execution as well as the goal lead and the objective advantage was way advantageous for the side of Team Zohunt, which will be giving them the match point for now. one more victory to be qualifying for the upper bracket semifinals, and maybe one last chance for the side of Team Armageddon Esports.
Well, one last chance that hits hard. So I really want them to do the best they can in this game. And I say the draft was great, but that's what you open up the Uranus. I would say you open up the Uranus, you lose the game. That's how OP that guy is. And yes, you should have taken a carry, but then the Karita. The Karita works out so well for you. The way he was playing it in the early, he knew that there is Purify with Ryota, so he was waiting for them to use up that Purify. And Karita's damage in the early was so insane, paired up with the comp coming from Zushin, that even the frontliners were getting melted down so easily. What could Armageddon Esports even do? Like, they had nothing. They did not have the gold. They did not have the lead. And the same rinse and repeat as the first game, I would say. They do not let you get the lead. They do not let you get the gold. They do not let you get the equipments and everything, and then just win it out.
Definitely. And I guess for this game, like it will be the game number 3 coming up. And this time we will be having some kind, like we will be having a caster swap. And it will, instead of Debbie, it is going to be Shinryu. Debbie, thank you so much for joining for today. And we will be seeing you out later on the next upcoming matches. But it will be Shinryu as well as Asuya coming on the caster decks. Shinryu, hello, how are you doing?
Hey man, I'm finally here. You're gonna hear, Debbie's female voice. Oh, actually switched so fast from our actually production team. See, that's why I love them. IGC doing the great work. But once again, I was so enthralled to see the Uranus jungle, something we are not really accustomed, right? And uh, as you mentioned, there were so many, factors that kind of, you know, just got block after block, one up the other, and it kind of snowballed where Team AE could not do what was needed for them to do. And this game is going to be really tough, right? Because 2 points already ahead. It's going to be Zohunt, and if they're not really careful enough, let's see what will they have to offer in this game. But tough point to be here for Team AE. I mean, Armageddon Esports for sure.
Definitely. And this time we are on to the drafting phase again for the game number 3. There is one question I would like to ask both of you. Will we actually be seeing a 5-man jungler ban once again?
Of course, we would be. And I
Mm,
would like to say to Armageddon though, what kind of behavior is this? Why would you ban out all 5 options for Zohunt, especially choking down onto uh, Dusty? But yeah, just look at them. They know Uranus needs to be banned now.
Definitely.
yeah,
And Shinryu,
yeah.
before, yeah, Zohunt, I actually pointed it out before as well. Hayabusa, they perma banned that hero because apparently the mid laner, he has some issues with the Hayabusa and he doesn't like the.
Mhm.
Anyways, I don't blame him. The guy just comes up with a quad shadow and kills secure with the OG shadow kill. So Haya is kind of a permaban coming up from the side of Team Zohan, but Armageddon Esports looks like they have learned their lesson and they have decided to go out with Uranus ban. They have the first pick advantage, but they are not going to be risking it out. Before we did thought that the Uranus can go on onto the EXP, but this time from the side of Team Zohan, like considering the past 2 games, they went out with a Mage Roma. So there is a slight possibility that that scenario might actually still will be happening.
Yep. I mean, judging from the games previously, like this from yesterday, right, where I was casting for the games, Farsa is a really bad threat for the side of team Zohan. They cannot actually outrange her pretty easily, and also the mobility that they offer is pretty difficult. And like you mentioned, the Hayabusa ban also was pretty much for Faden to actually perform well on the mages, and along with the mage roamer for family problem, he's really sticking to it, and I feel that is a Zohan speciality, and is somehow or the other working for them in the long run. So I'll not be more skeptical about it, but I not I'm not too sure if if it'll work for every game. But once again, it's a unique thing for sure. I'm really interested to see how far they can pull it off. But again, I feel the too much reliance onto the utility kind of jungler can be a problem for Zohan. If teams like which really rely on the assassins can actually farm up pretty well and can go for the snowball, I think it might be very difficult to get out of that place, because yesterday it happened once, but they were able to actually get back to it. But today so far, there have been able to just neutralize the situation, just to have games in their favor. So they can continue that spree, then it's gonna be 3-0 for sure, right?
You know, onto the lower brackets, as we progressed onto the bracket section, we haven't seen a clean sweep yet onto the best of five series actually. So if Zohunt actually ends up doing that, they might be the first team who has done it onto the Mythic Showdown with a clean sweep. So the question is, can Armageddon actually be able to deny it, or can they not? This time they will be prioritizing the Lapu Lapu EXP. That is understandable, because if the Lapu is left out, it is the first pick priority, or the it will be one of the next two picks that the other team will be coming up from. So yeah.
Well, I would say he is a great EXP pick, but the question is, you can actually counter him out with a CC, and you can even use a glue against him. So I would say maybe going in for someone else could be a better option. They already tried picking up the Karita, it did not work out for them. But this is what I wanted to say, that the Hilda with Win has been such a continuous menace. So why not just choke her out? Why just remove that Fredrin ban and instead go for the Hilda? I mean, you know that Zohunt in all these two games they have been going in for the early game, a lot of aggressiveness in the early game, and in this game too they might go for the same. And you're opening up Hilda, who has been a continuous menace since two games. I think, what can I say? I mean, of course there are better bans, but then use something which can counter out. Maybe go in for Waleed.
Yeah, Valir actually, Valir, onto the previous patch, he had got some adjustments. We did see some Valirs coming up onto the MPL scenes as well, but it was temporary, and it's been a while we actually seen a Valir. And against utility kind of a matchup, Valir actually works out. But the problem is, Zohan right now, they are going out with a mage roam. So it is kind of a risky situation, but looks like Armageddon Esports will be finally letting go. Etho will be letting go out of the Granger, and he will be prioritizing the Nathan against utility as well as fighter junglers. Nathan can actually work out wonders with the entropy and the basic attack damage he does. He can actually deal out some decent amount of damage, but the panda is opened out once again. It is most probably Dusty Mizo onto that Akai, and onto the first game it worked out pretty well. Onto this game as well, it can actually be working out.
I mean, the Kai is pretty good hero to go for the utility based of jungler, but it's more about the scaling from the goal lane, right? For Prime, he needs a lot of items to actually come online. He at least need 3 items, and one of those items are really one of those items is going to be really expensive. So he needs a lot of space. So it's going to be the work for that Panda as well as Win onto that Hilda. So to get a lot of time for him to come online, and I feel this niche pick from the side of Team Zohan really does open up a lot of map space, and they can actually play pretty aggressive, with the extended hitbox range. So kind of works well. Two mages banned from the side of Team Armageddon Esports, so that is one left option for Zohan to go for. But this Kadita's damage along with the Ethan is going to be really hard, but the Xbox is a really good choice along with the Matilda. It's also good steal, right? I think Matilda along with the Panda could have been a really much threat, which Team Armageddon would not want to go for, Utami.
Yeah, definitely. And Xborg with the Matilda as well. She can use out the guiding wind and make the Xborg onto the position where he can use the last on a perfect execution. So it can be the case. And Matilda, with those additional heals, once she gets the flask of the Oasis, she contributes a lot when it comes to the team fights. And it all depends upon how well Armageddon are able to do well in terms of the execution this time. Because the draft, I don't see that kind of an issue onto the draft. It is going to be onto that execution. I was expecting
Ooh.
an Angela onto the game number 2, but Apparently, the puppy boom will be picked out onto the third game. Asuya.
Well, Itami is finally happy that he will be listening to Papi Papi Boom. But like I would say both the drafts are pretty good. Right now, Josie has a way to dive out. Same goes for the Lapu Lapu because of course they will be diving in. And I would say Rota needs to really make some plays. Not like the first game because here too there will be a Harriet on the Purify. And Angela might also be on the Purify, you never know. And of course the Novaria, she will be so far behind. You wouldn't be able to just take her down unless you are hiding at some great location. So Ryota really needs to, process it that the purify they been baited away, and if he's taking out using up those ultimates in a wise manner. So, but yeah, all the drafts are set in. Itami send us away.
This can be the final game for the series as well because it is the match point. Though, so the question will be if Armageddon comes up with a comeback and they will be extending onto the game number 4 or maybe onto the 5 as well. We are here on and of Shinryu as well as Asuya. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Itami, for that. And yes, take away shall we, but already on the jungle of Team Armageddon Esports is going to be Win really active and taking on a lot of damage. You can see the heal from the Angela helping him survive and also the passive, but that was too much action in the first minute of the game already, Rasia.
Well, definitely. They're doing the same thing. Of course, we would know Win would do the same thing. And for you and Win, this combo works out so well for them. I mean, just look at that.
Ooh, it's gonna be so deep into the jungle, and the first blood already being drawn from the hands of Win, and it's gonna be on the jungler Josie being taken down. Xbox gonna be a bit delayed taking his buff, and that's gonna be a lot of time and space bought for the side of Team Zohunt's jungler, gold laner, and everybody else. You can see the gold lane already being pretty much dominated by Aura. And Ito is not going to be doing too much because he's pretty much zoned out. So it's going to be really difficult without much support out there here. So yeah.
I mean, definitely the same thing. It's a rinse and repeat. I mean, Aura was just winning out on those lanes. I would say even when he was playing something else, Ito was on the Granger. He was still kind of losing it out, and that's how you know that the gold laner needs help. Of course, because he will be carrying you, especially a late gamer like Nathan. He can literally burst things down, but he really needs that holy crystal before he can start bursting people away. But yeah, right now Zohant on the lead. Like they have the 6,000 gold, which they really want. The first turtle of the game for them, but I don't think so. Armageddon does have any idea for it because we do see the export near the blue, so it might be an easy turtle for Zohunt.
Definitely so, because it's going to be zoned out, and you can see Ryota trying to open up the map. Not really a good choice right now because his team is pretty far away, and it's going to be taken down, and that's going to be the second kill in the hands of Zohunt, and it's going to give them more gold and also more space to play with. And the kills are surprisingly in the hands of Win, who's pretty tanky and not the one deals the most damage. But still, you can see in this game he's doing pretty good in the early game. So it's really gonna be Win being the nuisance. So how do they deal with this hill? That's gonna be the question, because you can see they're not getting too much on the map already.
Well, definitely, he's been doing the same thing since game one, I would say. He has all the early games. And yes, they will be harassing Josie right there, taking away his shield off.
Oh, he's taking off the shield. There's gonna be the Firaga armor almost being on the verge of taking down. The last insanity used by the hard guard at the right time from For You is gonna save his life. So I think that's a lot of resource already being wasted. But the goal lead is slightly favoring Team Zohunt, and the itemization you can already see here. So I think Team Zohunt are kind of leading a bit out here.
Definitely, and I would say Zohant, of course, does have the lead, and we already see Nathan trying to build up for his Trinity, but doesn't have enough gold. At the same time, Win once again in between three people.
Oh, it's in between three people, and there's gonna be a lot of damage, a lot of CC this time, and nothing's gonna save him because the hard guard is already on the cooldown. Onto the top lane, it's gonna be a 1v1, which has turned into a full-fledged 3v3, but it's gonna be Ito being taken down as the first target, along with a little bit members trying to juggle around. Where you can see the heavy spin out there onto Ryota, and I don't think so anything can stop him from getting taken down, and so that's gonna be a kill onto For You this time. So 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Zohan once again.
They're choking down on the gold once again because they know that Nathan is the only one who can carry towards the late game, but he's not doing well. He doesn't have enough gold. He even died once. Meanwhile, just look at Aura. Harrod also has the late game, but then he's getting all the gold in the world, all the space in the world. They're having an amazing time.
Yep, absolutely. And this time, I don't think Zohunt is having the best of the times. And it's going to be Swastik Paul taking down the Angela. And it's going to be Josie taking down the Win. So there are two members down. This turtle pretty open. And top lane Aura is going to get the turret. But will they contest for this turtle is the question, because against a very good positioning from the Kai. And he gets the turtle as well, the steal.
Oh my
But it's
god.
going to be a turret traded down at the pot. So 1-for-1 turret trade. But the turtle still in the favor of Zohunt. That's going to be the second turtle going in their side.
That was an amazing retribution. I would say he didn't even have to dive in and connect that heavy spin because he did not have the range. But then the retribution just worked out for Dusty. Zohunt absolutely doing an amazing job. Look at Harrod. Just like I said, already the CD boosts as well as the stat in sight. He will be doing lot of damage. Meanwhile, Nathan did manage to get a lot of gold from the bot lane. Has the feather, needs to work out a bit. And at the same time, I would say Ryota gets gunned down by 3 people right there. So yeah, he's not having the best time of his life. And this is what I said, Ryota needs to take care that he is prioritizing what needs to be prioritized.
Yeah, but out here, E2 does get the turret, but he's in the midst of 3 people, still surviving. You can see the frontline peel coming in from his, EXP laner really doing the work, but there's a snipe this time, does not connect pretty close, but it's going to be a disengage from both the sides. They do not want to continue this farce any further, but the minions waves are still going to be marching down from the mid and the top lane. It's going to be a bit of waves on the mid, but it's going to be pretty much cleared. When trying to go in onto the purple buff along with their hyper, so they might want to steal this buff away, and they will be able to do so. Josie was pretty far away, but there's another engage this time. You can see the bravest fighter already down, the land shaker, as well as the final slash, as well as the slash out there. But it's gonna be again another disengage, a lot of resources being burned, but no casualty yet so far. Win once again wants to go in, but I don't think so you want to continue that any further. But next turtle will be up about soon, so Zohunt, they want to continue their neutral objective control for sure.
I would say that was a great stat coming from the Matilda, 2-minute stun, and then the follow-up coming in from the Lapu with the ultimate with the bravest fighter was pretty good. But unfortunately, Kadita, she couldn't follow up, and she was getting just melted down by the Harrod. So yeah, she tried to ult the Harrod, but then she was unsuccessful. Used up the ultimate, just wasted it, I would say.
Swastik Pal goes in. You can see there's a circling eagle, and the turtle this time, Josie gets the turtle, and he is gonna be a fight gonna be taking place again. This is gonna be last insanity as well as the Zaman Force being dropped down, but the last insanity does not do too much because of the hard guard being activated out there. It's gonna be pinned down, but Matilda's guiding when it's gonna save Josie's life, but the top lane, the turrets are being pushed in, and it's already in the favor of Team Armageddon Esports. They're getting a lot of objective this time. There's gonna be the land shaker as well as the final slash connecting onto the jungler. It's going to be a kite getting taken down, and next on the chopping block, it's going to be for you. It's going to flicker out of there. The snipe does not connect, but Armageddon Esports, they're getting a lot on the map, and this time they're kind of turning the tables around.
That was a great exchange, I would say, but they're still not stopping.
They're still not stopping, but you can see the sustain is this time from the Lapu Lapu, but it's not going to be too much. Faden does get the final damage onto him. 2 members taken down. It's going to be a turnaround, and that is going to be the overextension that Team Armageddon Esports should not have gone for. They're still trailing behind in terms of gold, so that's going to be a punishment duly given to them. Ryota.
Oh my god. Ryota already getting melted down. Needs to be careful. They need to wait for their roam, I would say.
They need to wait for their roamer, but they are still gonna get another skirmish out on the mid. It's gonna be disengaged, but the damage was already done, and they're gonna get the turret already. But look at this snipe Raiden all the way from the downtown. It's gonna be under the engage onto the purple buff area. There's the heavy spin as well as the the blast insanity, both doing the damage. 1-for-1 trade for both the sides. And they're gonna disengage. The Lapu Lapu gets the land shaker just to stun the members down, and they're gonna go for the disengage. But Team Armageddon Esports, they're losing too much map space already.
I would say the Nathan did an amazing job. Like he wasn't there to participate in the team fights because he really needs that gold. So he just traded it off with two turrets in the top lane. So as a result, they're winning on the macro. And they know that Win, he really loves to be between four people, always poking his nose everywhere, providing vision, dishing a lot of damage. Try to do as much as vandalism as possible. So they just maybe, made took advantage of that situation, and just Nathan was kind of ignored while he pushed two turrets in the top. But yeah, the first lot of the game, Armageddon as well as Zohunt are dancing around them. And Ryota, I would say it once again, Ryota, you really need to buck up, maybe take down someone and do a great follow up, because just look at him once again, passive being used up. He's getting a lot of damage, getting hunted
Ooh.
down by Win as well as that Zohan combo. Oh,
Oh
this is what I was talking
no.
about.
Exactly, the extended range this time doing the magic, the Zaman Force as well as the finals. I mean, not the finals, as the last Insanity actually going in, and that's going to be a disengage. Team Armageddon Esports, they have been pushed back, and they're welcome to say hello to this lot, but if only they dare to get taken down, because the damage from the side of Zohan definitely scaling better this time because of the goalie they have, the Harry doing the damage, Vaden doing the damage, and there's gonna be the front line always being active in the name of win, as well as the loser has to fall, and they're doing a phenomenal job. They also get the Lord, and Harriet gets the Holy Crystal, and it's gonna be even much more difficult to sustain the damage here, Asuya.
Definitely, he'll be shredding right now, and we need the same kind of gold in the hands of Ito, but he doesn't have it for now. But the heavy's been connecting.
Yes, it's on to the E2. Gonna be just getting out of the Hansway with the help of the Flicker. And it's gonna be the Purify actually helping him taking down. But again, this another fight. Ito this time cannot survive the damage. It's gonna be Win going in, but the Lance
Oh,
Shakers turning to members. Yuta gonna be taken down, but it's also gonna take down Win. For you is gonna take him down in the hands of Josie Aura finally joining the fight. Zaman Force under the turret, and it's gonna be the Immortality being taken down from the hands of Josie. He still survives, does have the Firaga armor, but just got taken down. But there's not gonna be any more follow-up damage. The snipe had it connect, could have been the death of him, but the Lord needs to be cleared. Is still marching on the top lane, as well as the waves crashing down from the mid and the bot lanes as well. So it's gonna be few of the turrets being taken down. Armageddon Esports, their members are up. I hope they can defend.
well, it will. I'd say they will be able to defend because Ito is back. Ryota is also back, but they really need to make sure that the heavy spin and the dash from Dusty Mizo, it can come in handy anytime. And of course, the follow up coming in from Win is an absolute menace for them.
Oh no, and you can see
Oh.
Ryota once again being taken down, the turret inhibitor being taken down a lot at a very high HP. They need to clear it out before it comes down crashing. This gonna be again a full-fledged fight. Swastik Pulse goes in with the bravest fighter, but it's not gonna be too much damage done. They just want to clear the wave, they just want to defend their base, and they will be able to do so. It's gonna be a 4v5 situation, so they should not push their luck anymore further, but the waves, they will be crashing down soon, and they need to clear it out. And Harriet picks up another item that's gonna even skyrocket his damage. You can see there's gonna be the Astral Spear as well as the Astral Echo, both doing the damage. Harriet once again goes in under the turret. They will get another inhibitor out here, and this is gonna be a lot of damage onto Swastik Paul. He still survives with the passive, and you can see the damage onto Ryota again. That's going to be the 8th time he gets taken down. The Circling Eagle just to disengage, but the waves needs to be cleared. Once again, Harriet does go in with the Salmon Force, but the waves does get cleared out. It's still another fresh waves coming from the top lane, and they need to clear it out as well. But I think Zohan, they want to just, marinate their food a bit longer before they just chew it down, because the next lot is gonna be very crucial. Armageddon Esports, they do not have the inhibitors. How will they defend is gonna be the question.
Definitely, definitely. They are not joking around. They really want to end it up with this final lord. Two inhibitors taken away from the side of Team Armageddon. They are facing a lot of minion pressure. And yes, they're also facing a lot of pressure from this combo of Win as well as Dusty. Dusty goes in, engages with the heavy spin. Win comes in with the ultimate, takes someone down. And of course, Aura, that is Prime. He's so farmed up right now. One hit is enough to take anyone down. And even if you barely survive all that that's coming your way, there is Faden. His snipes are phenomenal. He doesn't miss out a single snipe. Like more than half of the HP right now just taken down from Ito. That's how much damage the meteors are doing. And what is Armageddon supposed to do right now? I would say once again, Ryota, you really need to be careful. Maybe just wait before everything has been baited out by your enablers, by your frontliners. But then again, that's the crucial thing here, that they have the Lapu Lapu, but nothing to dive so behind just to take down Aura or Faden. They're being so well protected in that bubble right now that Armageddon just doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, again, the Astral Echo is gonna give the extra hitbox. You can see the Star Shatter doing a lot of damage. Zaman Force dropped. The HP was going really down. Ryota once again gets taken down. It's gonna be a base race. I mean, a base push from the side of team. Zohunt has 3 members already taken down. And it's gonna be a 4th, actually, also. Actually, it's a 3rd man. And we're gonna still survive. But Rito does get taken down as well in the process. But the base will be next and is finally due. So Team Zohunt goes for the 3-0 and in a fashion for sure.
Wow. You know,
3-0.
3-0 and Ryota with a 3.0. Oh my god. Then never mind. Anyways, coming back to the point, this, like I was saying before, onto the Mythic Showdown, this is the first team who gets a clean sweep onto the lower brackets, and it is going to be Team Zohunt absolutely annihilating Armageddon Esports, and they will be going further onto the semifinals lower brackets as well. And Team Armageddon Esports, they will be waving their goodbyes. They will be eliminated from the Mythic Showdown as well. But I do hope they come back a lot stronger this onto the next seasons as well. But this time it is Team Zohunt who are victorious in quite a dominant fashion.
Yup. Asya, I'm pretty sure we both were not expecting a 3-0, right? And this game, Ryota could not do anything. He was completely disabled. How did Team Zohan actually achieve that? Like, what happened to Ryota this game?
Well, of course, he was getting marked down quite a lot in all the games. And maybe Zohant, they realized that there is a weak point coming from the side of Team Armageddon, that is to just take down Rhoda. And that happened in the game, in all 3 games. They just decided to mark him down again and again. He had no way to sustain. So maybe, just what can I say? Maybe some repositioning or some smart play could have been better from the side of Rhoda, but what's done is done. Like, I'm sad for him, the way he was getting marked down, the plight of a mage. But what can you even do? Like, you did not ban out the Hilda. You gave her away thrice. You should learn by the first 2 games, right? Win was an absolute menace, and he proved it again in the 3rd game. This combo coming in from 4U Win as well as Dusty is insane.
Definitely. And the utility junglers is actually worked out. First game it was the Akai. Second game it was the Pocket Pick Uranus. 5 jungler bans it was onto the second game. Third time it's the Akai once again. Exborg was actually picked out, and supposedly I think the problem was not with the draft for the side of team, but it side of when he just went out onto the jungle right after the game started, and he invaded the jungle. He just not invaded, he didn't just buy the time, but he was able to take down that Xborg quite early, considering the fact Xborg is not able to sustain quite highly onto the early phases of, and he is heavily reliant onto those itemizations as well. And he definitely didn't had a good time, which gave Team Zohan quite the advantage right from the start.
Absolutely, and I feel part of the reason, like Asya mentioned, was dislabeling Ryota, and also the X was kind of working for Armageddon Esports. I think it was mostly the execution. So, uh, you know, at this point in the lower bracket, mistakes cannot be forgiven, and if they continue to make the mistakes, it's gonna be a game over, right? And that's what happened 3-0 this game, and no more second chances. So Zohunt definitely will be getting the better benefit for winning this match. But their opponent is not going to be easy in the next matches, right? It's going to be difficult. People coming down from the upper brackets, so I think they can continue their spree. But Armageddon Esports, they really showed up, well played games as well. But it was just, not their day, I would say. But never mind, they can just come back stronger, like you mentioned. However, I feel they had a lot more to offer for sure here, Itami.
Definitely. And I guess that will be it for the day as well. We are done with the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets matches for the day. We will be back tomorrow. And to remind you guys, the grand finals will be happening onto the 20th of the July. So it will be this Sunday. So slowly but surely we are coming on. But anyways, speaking of close, I will be mentioning one last thing, and that is going the giveaway that is still going around. In order to participate, you need to predict the winner, like the stream, predict the winner, and type your UID. So there is the 10,000 diamonds giveaway still going around. It is picked out from every stream, so everyone does have the equal chance. But coming back to the point, we are done for the day, and that is going to be it. Me, host Itami, as well as Shinryu and Asuya will be signing off. Good night, everyone, and take care.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे पॉपअप।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone!
It's a decoy!